Okay, we are live. Good morning. I am Eric Bilal, the Executive Director of the Public Design Commission, and welcome to the PDC public meeting. Let's begin. If you are joining us via Teams and would like to testify on a project listed on our public hearing, please sign up through the Google form that is linked on the meeting agenda and at the top of the Design Review tab on the PDC website. Commissioners, please remember throughout the meeting to bring the microphone close to you and speak into it while talking and turn it on, please. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Martin. I am President of the Public Design Commission. Welcome to the July 20th, 2026 Public Design Commission meeting. As New York City's design review agency, the Public Design Commission, PDC, has jurisdiction over the design of permanent structures, landscape architecture, and art proposed on or over city-owned property. Today's meeting is being held in person at City Hall. Members of the public can attend and give testimony, either in person or remotely. The public meeting is now commencing with the consent agenda and items numbers 30458, 30460 to 30467, and 30469 to 3047. Are there any recusals to note? Okay, seeing none, I'll now call for the vote. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote for the consent agenda. Councilor Palmer?
Approval.
Isabel Casilla?
Approval.
Approve all. Lori Hawkinson?
Approval.
Harry Mahoney?
Approval.
Ellen Talman?
Approval.
Meryl Tisch? Approval. Okay, I also approve all, so let the record show that the consent agenda is unanimously approved. We'll now begin the public hearing portion of our meeting with item number 30480. This item is preliminary review for the construction of a public restroom building in Rupert Park, located at East 90th Street, 2nd Avenue, and East 91st Street in Manhattan. For standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Presenters, you have 10 minutes and please begin. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Julie Fisher. I'm presenting the Rupert Park Public Restroom Building on behalf of Parks. The goals are to provide a new ADA compliant standard public restroom building for public use in Rupert Park. Rupert Park is in the Upper East Side, Manhattan, and it is the only park within a 5-minute walk. There are a few other parks within a 10-minute walk. And now I will turn it over to Eric Mattis to speak to the site plan.
Thanks, Julie. So my name is Eric Mattis. I'm the Chief of Landscape Architecture for the Capital Projects Division at New York City Parks. Just a little bit about the history of the site plan and its development. So there was a community visioning session that was conducted back in May of 2021. At the same time, we have an online survey that was made available for constituents to give their feedback. The primary goals at that time were providing enhanced play spaces for neighborhood children, improving access throughout the park, creating a passive seating and gathering areas. And then also there was an added goal in December of in December 2021 or 2022 presentation to provide a dedicated dog run area. So the community overwhelmingly asked for a dog run, and the CB asked that we actually return to show them options in December of 2021. So in January of 2022, actually there were two site plans. This is the one that was voted on and chosen that showed the dog run in its current location. So there were two separate options. So the overall site plan includes a lot of different programming. We have swings for 2 to 5 and 5 to 12-year-olds, play units for 2 to 5, 5 to 12. There's a water play area to the left, you can see. In the center, there's a passive lawn. There's the dog run, which is at the in the northeast corner, and then a seating area. And where you see the passive lawn area right here in that particular location, next to the seating area, as part of the option that was chosen, that was actually the footprint for the proposed public restroom building that you're going to see presented today. And with that, I'll hand it back to Julie.
Thank you. So this corner of the park is defined by a number of large mature trees. In order to construct the building and its utilities, we do have to take out 2 trees. Here are some views of the site where the public restroom building is proposed. These are some views within the park. And here you can see some views from outside the park. The one on the left is looking through the fence, and the one on the right is from the street. And in the next view here, you can, from zoomed out a little bit, looking along 2nd Avenue, you can see the large number of mature trees as well as the grading in the site. Here is our proposed site plan for the building. The round rectangle is the footprint of the public restroom building, and it is sited to provide level, accessible entrances from the path off of 2nd Avenue, and also keeps as many of those mature trees in place as possible. The area in red is an area that would be constructed as part of this project. There are no design changes from the park reconstruction project that has been presented, but for construction reasons, this will be constructed in this contract. And again, that shows in a bit more detail the seating area immediately to the north of the building and the 3 entrances into the building from just off of that main path. The existing fences around the park are 6-foot fences. And this project would match the 5-foot fence that has been coordinated with the community board to surround this portion of the site. And here you can see, as was indicated in the photos, that there is significant grading in this area. You can see as we go forward how we are handling that grading. This is, I think many of the commissioners are familiar with our standard public restroom building. This matches that standard with 2 restrooms flanking a mechanical and utility space, with all of the entrances from one facade of the building. So each room will have 3 fixtures. And here you can see the front elevation of the building. In addition to the restrooms, we also provide a year-round drinking fountain, which you can see just to the left of the half park leaf. Here you can see the grading concerns, and we have some more information later about how to address it. One change that we have made from our standard design is to have the roof slope the long way rather than the short way. This is in order to take some of the water management off of the back of the site where it's sloped. And here you can see that the site is sloping in 2 directions along that back wall. Otherwise, this is our standard building with windows for each in each space, and lights mounted to the building for added visibility. Here you can see that we will be managing the waterproofing of the building robustly. We included this information in response to concerns by the commissioners. We will have a robust waterproofing system, flashing and counter flashing, particularly along that back wall. And then in general, these are our standard materials. We have a polished block facade material. We have a green roof on the roof of the building. And then these are all our standard materials, including that year-round drinking fountain. These are components of the park reconstruction project that we are bringing into this contract due to constructability, efficiencies. Again, these are unchanged from the approved design. But there'll be drinking fountains, benches, and paving that will match the site overall. This is our schematic planting plan. One of the strategies for addressing the steep slope behind the building is to use robust plantings to help stabilize that soil as quickly as possible. We will also be using geotextile material and fine-tuning the grading to manage the site responsibly. We're also proposing robust plantings that will require minimal maintenance.
Excuse me, speakers, you have 3 minutes remaining.
Oh. Am I out of time? Okay, sorry. The planting material is consistent with the rest of the park, and it's been selected in this location for stabilization. And at the request of the commissioners, we did a study to look at how the seating area opposite the public restroom building could support a variety of activities. Tai Chi or yoga classes could be accommodated up to 20 to 25 people in that area. This is included for reference as it informed our decision for the color of the facade. This is the play equipment that will be constructed under the separate contract. And that was the inspiration for our green facade material. And then I will land on the site plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we begin testimony, please note that members of the public are welcome to testify both remotely and in person. We ask that testimony be limited to issues of design and aesthetic merit, as that's the commission's purview. This is meant for public comment about the project, and commissioners or the team will not be responding to questions raised during the testimony period. Has anyone signed up to testify?
Yes. We will hear in-person public testimony if present. First person signed up is Caroline Harris. Speakers, you will have 3 minutes and I will notify you when your time is up. Please come to the front.
I normally stay.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for holding this public hearing. My name is Caroline Harris. I'm a land use attorney and co-founder of CARPE, and you've received a submission from us that stands for Committee for Adult Recreation in Rupert Park, no, for Active Recreation in Rupert Park for everybody. Our petition has over 600 signatures, which you have received. Today, you're considering the long-term future of Rupert Park, On one level, it is a localized dispute about how to share a 1-acre park among various groups where prioritizing dogs over aging adults and other adults' active exercise is harmful to the people's health. It feels also like a violation of human rights to be subordinated to a dog. It is also a referendum on whether whether this project would fulfill Mayor Mamdani's promise of being responsive to everyday New Yorkers, and whether New York will proactively design public spaces for its aging population. Many of us have witnessed the moment our parents begin to slow down or to forget. As longevity increases, conditions like dementia rise exponentially. Our parents don't just forget some words or names, they can't function. This is my mother's story. She passed away from dementia 4 years ago this week. It is also the reality for nearly 13% of New York State, 14% of Manhattan. This is the highest, among the highest in the country. I don't want it to be my story or yours, or the reality for the 16,500 older adults who make up a staggering 28% of zip code 10128. Ironically, a small local park can help the city to minimize these huge age-related problems. Medical science proves that outdoor exercise, sunlight, and socialization directly slow the progress of dementia and other illnesses, very serious illnesses like Parkinson's. Yet, like some people's aging grandparents, the proposed design of Rupert Park, at least until this very moment, lives in the past. Parks Department erroneously expected seniors to exercise on a sloped terrain, relegated them to sitting on benches, and instead allocated level space to a block-wide children's play area and an oversized dog run. I'm pleased to hear that at least yoga could happen on that pathway. True inclusivity requires a better design. By simply relocating the dog run to wrap around the public restroom, we can reclaim a flat, flexible surface dedicated to senior fitness and other community exercise and other activities. There may be other solutions as well. There are concerns that the community board spent so much time on it and approved this design, and that the modifications that we recommend will delay the project and cause a change order costs. Even if that's the case, first of all, you should correct an error made by the community board, and the city should not spend any money to build a park that creates an unfair or unjust condition. We should pause to do justice. We should pause to provide for the health of New York City's aging population and as we age. Thank you very much. It's in your hands.
Thank you. We have another testimony from George Jones in person.
I'll say. My name is George James. I'm an urban planner and I work with several Manhattan community boards, including Community Board 8. But today I am here as a citizen and a member of the Rupert community. I have spent literally hundreds of hours in that park over the past 2 decades, usually in the company of my children or my dog. Let me start with a principle. Parks are for people, all people. And the proposed changes at Rupert will be good for people, but they could be so much better. As you know, our neighborhood has few parks. It does have privately owned public spaces or POPs. And so despite the lack of parks, we do have some places where people can get outside. But what we desperately lack, and what POPs never provide, is a place where people can experience active recreation, places where seniors can do yoga or aerobics or dance, or a place where a parent can play catch with their child. If we're looking at need, the primary need at Rupert Park is a space for active recreation for adults, not a dog run. And I say this as a dog owner. The math is simple. A dog run can only be used by a select group of people, and space for active recreation can be used for all people. Now, you could say that a playground can only be used for a select group of people, but that's okay because we understand that active recreation is critical to the health and well-being of children. But I would argue that active recreation is critical for everyone, not just children. A space that can be used not only for seniors and the disabled, but also for young parents trying to teach their children how to catch a baseball. A space where kids can play tag and run relays. Our parks need to be for everyone at all stages of their lives. If the dog run is a critical component of the design, it could be relocated to the area around the new restroom. Such a redesign would enable the design commission to recommend the replacement of the dog run with a space designed for active recreation. The commission could encourage the Parks Department to support programming of this space for organized uses. I hope the commission uses its position to encourage these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gerard Crescenti.
Good morning. My name is Gerard Crescenti. I'm a physician and a scientist. I'm the chairman of the Department of Genetics at Columbia University, and my work relates to the biology of aging, which, as you probably know, is a condition that is increasing in incidence with the aging of the population. So, aging is characterized by a decline in cognition and what is called overall as frailty, a propensity to fall, an inability to exercise, and for which there is no drug that can really affect the trajectory of aging. The only way one can affect aging, and although we don't know how, it is extremely efficient, is by doing exercise. It doesn't have to be a very violent exercise, but walking, doing aerobics, this type of exercise is extremely important to slow down the progress of aging. Another component of aging is social isolation. When people get isolated, they lose the impetus to exercise, to do some basic chores during their day. And having a park where people can socialize with young and older individuals is another way to slow down the deleterious consequences of aging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Amy Gross.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is Amy Gross. I am president of Amy Gross Architects, a firm I founded next week, 42 years, founded on the principle that architecture can really bring people together and prove the quality of our lives. I know this neighborhood very well because both Carrie and I grew up very close to this site. And there are particulars of the site I'd like to talk to you about. But firstly, I just want to tell you a little bit about our company because it's quite relevant to this work. We work with not-for-profit organizations that provide housing and social services to a range of people in all the boroughs. And what we have seen increasingly, as the doctor has mentioned, is that people are getting older, are living, and what we see is that they're living in place. So we used to design buildings thinking that when people turn 65 or 70, they would move to senior housing. That whole concept no longer exists. So people are aging in place. And the Upper East Side, we have a lot of luxury apartments, but we also have many, many tenements where people are aging in place, having to walk down 5 and 6 flights of stairs, which is not really appropriate exercise because it's dangerous. And they very, very much need outdoor space. I very much applaud the Parks Department and the Community Board for their interaction with this space. However, it does not really represent the needs of the whole community. To give you an example, we are the architects for the Athletic Center for Lenox Hill Neighborhood House, which is about 10 blocks away. And we designed a pool and gym facility where the entire community, not based on income or gender or their race, comes together and exercises. It's a socializing aspect as well as the physical. But if you don't mind, could I just stand up and explain something? Thank you. So I think one of the important issues, which I'm sure is a challenge for parks, is that this is a very unique site in New York, and that there's a really, really steep incline from 3rd going down to 2nd Avenue. And there's another steep incline from a high point at 90th to a low point, 91st, pardon me, to a low point at 90th. And I'm sorry, I got turned around. The bottom line is as we looked at the presentation on the restroom, that area is very hilly and not really appropriate for anybody to really walk through, but in my view, very appropriate for dogs to be at, because I see in the design for the dog park that there actually are hills that have been added to the flat area. An area that would be appropriate for not only seniors, by the way, but the whole community is the area that is the flattest, which is over here. And again, it's Parks Department's responsibility, and obviously they have the talent to do it. But I think that when you look at this site in section, you see how challenging it is, yet it does give the opportunity for designing something that would work for the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Norman Siegel.
Hi, y'all. My name is Norman Siegel, a civil rights, civil liberties lawyer, and a former executive director of the New York Civil Liberties Union. I'm here today to try to persuade you to modify the public restroom Rupert Park proposal and include a senior adult active recreation and exercise area in the reconstruction plan to renovate Rupert. The rationale for my advocacy is quite elemental. Current plans are not equitable nor inclusionary for New York City seniors, specifically the approximately 16,500 adults 60 plus residing in zip code 10128. As an ACLU staff member working in its Southern Regional Office in Atlanta during the late 60s and 70s, I learned you don't give up when you're trying to persuade others, including government officials, to do the right thing. I turn to you today and ask you to do the right thing on the site plans. I strongly believe in equal justice under the law and equity, fairness for all. It's a cornerstone of our nation and New York City, present and hopefully future. As a senior now for almost 2 decades, I've come to the painful reality of the cliche that you will enjoy your golden years in many instances for many seniors is a myth. My generation did not grow up in a culture of health clubs, spas, and building gyms for our needed physical athletic activities. For women of my generation, they were brought up to be in the kitchen, not in the gym. For them, there was no Title IX. So now, where and how do they get their physical athletic activities? You live in zip code 10128, why not be able to do a workout with some of your neighbors in Rupert Park? Why not enhance their lifespan so that they can be around to see their children, their grandchildren, and even their great-grandchildren grow up? Assist them in avoiding dementia and other senior medical fears by creating a space for the seniors, not the unsatisfactory no-level area designed by the Parks Department, so they can go to Rupert Park and do a workout. If the city is designating public spaces for children and dogs, surely we can designate a reasonable space for seniors and thereby create a policy precedent for seniors throughout New York City. You have the power to do that. However, unless I and the other speakers today cannot modify and make a few adjustments to the proposal list, will not happen, and we will not be able to right that wrong from both a medical, health, and legal perspective. I want to conclude by congratulating Carolyn Harris for not giving up on these extremely reasonable modifications so that we can excellently develop both from an equitable and legal viewpoint, which is in our written submission. Hopefully, you will disapprove the current proposal before you and approve an amendment to the existing reconstruction plan by requiring a satisfactory senior active athletic recreation and exercise level area in Rupert Park. Simply do attachment 4 of Harris's submission, option 1 or 2. We prefer 1, we'll settle for 2. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next, we have Joanna Cowley.
My name is Joanna Cawley. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think I'm just going to stand. Oh, sure. Hi. So I'm here today working with Carrie Harris and part of the newly formed group CARPE, Committee for Active Recreation in Rupert Park for Everybody. And you know what everybody else said. But what I wanted to do is, and I wrote a lot of notes and I typed some stuff yesterday, but I really just want to talk and show my reasoning for well, first of all, for having, I'm definitely in favor of a public restroom and all of the amenities in the park that are on plan for the children, for dogs, and the public amenities. But I do see a real lack of duty and care for our older population. And, I'm not 60 plus, but I'm about 5 years behind. And when I talk about respect for our elders, I'm also speaking about myself, because all of us are afflicted with the progressive and fatal condition of aging, right? I mean, unless you're James Dean or Marilyn Monroe, we're not getting out of it. So I think it's really important for all of us to remember that. And it's a really good way to set up a situation for success. We need to have our kids see older adults active. We need to, so my two main points are, I think that the dog run, if we can look at Rupert Park Public Restroom and the reconstruction project in tandem, so that we can kind of pull out a little bit more space by removing a lot of the overgrown invasive shrubbery that are choking a lot of the older trees that are there. We have more than enough space to put the dog area around the public restroom. And I think that that's a good idea for a couple of reasons. I'm a dog owner. I live in Murray Hill, but I grew up about 3 blocks west of Rupert Park, and I know the park well. But when I'm at the dog park, I want to be able to wash my hands. I want to be able to wipe the, blood and poop off my dog that's been traipsing around in it or getting their feet cut on pebbles or whatnot. And also, if we look here, 2nd Avenue is much wider and open than the really lovely pedestrian plaza up on 91st, where there are benches that many of the neighborhood staff, employees, workers, and residents of Rupert Towers, many of which are very much older and aging, sit on these really nice benches. If we have a dog run right there, I can only imagine the malodorous waft of bad dog smells going straight onto the pedestrian benches. Add to that the reality that we all know, no matter what kind of fancy turf or snazzy PVC underground plumbing and piping, within a week, we're going to have baked in dog urine, feces, and vermin who come and are attracted to those things.
Speaker,
And
that's your time.
yeah, thanks. So I think if we consolidate all the waste management to one area and give the level space for older adults, it would be much improved. This is not suitable for yoga or Tai Chi. There are no sight lines. So that would have to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Now for remote testimony, unless there's any other in-person testimony. Thank you, Chelsea. Has anyone signed up for remote testimony?
Yes, the first person signed up for remote testimony is Valerie Mason. Valerie, you are unmuted, so please feel free to go ahead and begin your testimony. Please keep it limited to 3 minutes and state your name and affiliation to begin. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Valerie Mason. I am the chair of Manhattan Community Board 8. My understanding is that this hearing is limited to the design of the restroom because the other part of the contract has already been put out to bid. I just want to answer some things that were said. I have been the community board chair for the last 3 years. This project came before our community way back in 2021. We are frankly don't understand why this project hasn't already been completed, but due to whatever snafus there are in city government, we're still talking about the design of this project. And it was told to us that we didn't really have a great deal we didn't really have the ability to go back and look at this design, even though we approved it almost 6 years ago. And we didn't approve the whole project. I think some false statements were made during the presentation. Number one, that we've agreed to a 5-foot fence. I am unaware of that. I also have never seen a study that shows that yoga and Tai Chi are capable of being done in the seating area. I want to confine my remarks right now to the design of the restroom. Everyone has remarked at how unusual this site is, and we're using a standard design of restroom. This makes absolutely no sense to me. You can see how much square footage this restroom takes over in this rather small park. 800 plus square feet doesn't seem to make sense. We definitely want a public restroom, but we need to see some better design here. And I think it's incumbent on this commission to redesign this restroom. The points made by members of the public about how this is a better suited area for a dog run, I'm not going to comment on that right now, but certainly we need a better design of a restroom. It is beyond comprehension that this restroom will cost over $4.5 million to design and install. It's an abomination that we would pay that much for a restroom that is unsuitable for this location. Nobody has really come to us to seek our thoughts about the restroom. If you put the design up, I think the mechanical room is twice the size of the restroom. This is a restroom for the 1960s, not the 2020s. And we need to see some better design for a restroom of the future. And since this isn't completed yet, I implore the Design Commission to do something that is modern. We talk about having restrooms that are available for all genders, and this is the restroom that you're going to put in a park that's supposed to last for the next 30 years. There's no charging station here. There's no easily accessible way to wash your hands without going inside. The way the restroom faces doesn't make any sense. This restroom is not appropriate for this park. We want to see a real design. And if we're going to spend $4.5 million, and we've waited so long for this park to be completed, that's another just abomination in terms of city planning. Let's do this restroom right. Give us a restroom that we can all be proud of. This is not that restroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chelsea. The next speaker.
Hi, yes. Next, we have a few phone numbers within the Teams room. If you are joining via phone, please press *5 to raise hand and then *6 to unmute. We will give it a few minutes if you would like to testify. Again, please press *5 to raise hand and then *6 to unmute. For the person joining us on the 917 phone number, you are now allowed to speak. Please keep it limited to 3 minutes and state your name and affiliation. As a reminder, please press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Karina Suba. I'm a nurse. I've been a nurse for over 45 years, and I live across from Rupert Park. I'm really excited to, that the park will get an overhaul. And listening to everybody, I just want to say, not that we don't care about dogs, but I think the elderly, we have to care about the elderly. We talk about the benefits of exercise. I cannot stress that over and over, because as a healthcare professional, I think it's really incumbent on us, to care about not only the young, but also the elderly, and providing space for them, whatever they want to do there, whether to exercise. The benefits of having a space instead of being cooped up in the apartment and having outdoor space is really something that to tell them that they matter, they care and we care about them. And I think it's really wonderful to have that space allocated for them. Not just about the young, the kids running around in the playground and the dogs to run around, but eventually we're all going to be old ourselves. I mean, I'm already at that age that I consider myself a senior, but I think it's important to know the benefits of exercise and giving that allocation, that space to the elderly. Not only it will decrease bone density, reduce muscle mass, talk about dementia, and with the mild cognitive slowing that occurs in the elderly. So I think it's really important to focus on that, and I cannot enough that you are thinking about revamping the Rupert Park, and I really would appreciate that we reconsider and make sure that our elderly will get a space. Thank you.
Thank you. One final call for anyone who would like to testify remotely. If so, please use the raise hand feature. As a reminder, if you're joining us via phone, please press *5 to raise your hand. I do not see any additional hands, so we are okay to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Are there any additional members seeking to testify? Seeing no hands, this concludes our testimony for the preliminary review for item 30480, the construction of a public restroom building in Rupert Park located at East 90th Street, 2nd Avenue, and East 91st Street in Manhattan.
Okay, commissioners, I'm sure all of you have questions and comments. What I'd like to do is begin with, can I ask, I don't know if it would be Eric, you or who from Parks to come up and just answer a few questions for the commissioner. Can we, so come on over, grab a mic. And you can sit or stand, whatever you prefer. So we understand that the outreach for this began in 2021. If you could speak to that process and to the sort of parameters of the project overall, the overall budget, the budget for the restroom, just let's get some facts in the record.
Okay, so I can speak briefly. As I mentioned before, when we first had our outreach, every sort of outreach we have a community visioning session where we meet with the public. It was likely a virtual meeting, and then we follow up with a survey. So from the survey information and from the information that we received during the actual visioning session, there was essentially all of the scope outline that you see was brought up. The dog run came as an as an after fact in December of that same year. But the overall general scope was discussed then. At the time, there was no mention or call for Tai Chi or yoga that was brought up. Usually those types of issues do come up at least on an online survey, and they did not come up at that time. So as everyone has already mentioned, the community themselves have mentioned this, it is a very difficult site. It's sloped in 2 different directions, which makes that very difficult. In addition to that, it was also mentioned by the community, there are very large trees. Naturally, at the Parks Department, we take maintaining our tree canopy very seriously because of the effects of heat mitigation. And then going back to the budget, I'm not sure if the budget for this particular project, I guess, Julie, is what?
Because some of the finishes have been moved into it, I think this one is 6.
For the entire,
For the portion of the scope that we're talking about
just
today.
portion,
Yeah.
6 million.
Yeah.
So it's for the public restroom building and the seating area, correct?
Understood. Okay, so, I want to note, as others have stated, that PDC's purview specifically today is the passive lawn, which will now be turned into a public restroom. So it's a public restroom in the seating area. Obviously, the seating area and its use invokes other areas of the park. So what I'm wondering is, can you describe the gradient of the passive lawn? It was a little hard to read the drawing, and maybe you could tell us about that site, that part of the site.
So I don't know specifically the steepness or the pitch. I'm assuming, Julie, you don't either. Yeah. Yeah. So essentially, this we did look into this. So when the community addressed this specific request for having a passive lawn space, they specifically did not want it to be an area where you could do like a toss sports, because they felt that it would be like a conflicting active recreation use within the park, and there would be conflicts with people walking along the path system. So the slope is such that it's likely around 5%. So generally, it's really meant for passive use, meaning you could bring a blanket, or, you could, for those types of uses, or, sun, not sure how much sun you'd be able to get there, but you'd be able to lay a blanket down. So there was a specific request that it be somewhat sloped and not flat.
Does this have to be paved? Why does that have to be paved? Is that, could it be a lawn?
For the seating area, I mean,
Yes, because one of our community members who's testifying pointed out there are no sightlines there. I'm wondering the extent to which DPR can consider a rethinking of that area.
So I think this area is actually critical because it has a lot of the stormwater management system located adjacent to it. So the green area that's actually to the west of the seating area, I believe is meant for retention of stormwater. And then I believe underneath the seating area, there are actual stormwater management practices, whether it's a tank or pipes to collect the stormwater. And I believe those are permeable pavers in that seating area as well.
So there's no portion of that could be turned into a lawn, because it seems to be equally as flat as a dog run just in response to some of the community's observations.
Correct. It's also providing, we'd have to at some point consider how, well, you're also linking those 2 paths. Like naturally, you'd still have access to the public restroom building, but within the park, it would be a little bit of a longer trip. And again, that area is also providing, game tables in addition to seating. So that was the reasoning behind it. Again, the need for seating was addressed. It was something that the community had requested as well. So it's provided elsewhere along the path systems, but in this particular space, it's a little bit more of an open area.
Yeah.
You guys are the most talented city agency. You just make people happy. That's your business. Make people happy. And you generally succeed. Let me ask you a question. You do generally succeed. I mean, everyone's allowed to miss every once in a while. But let- when you listen to the concerns about the, coming from the community, when we understand the years in which the public engagement took place, which was flat in the middle of COVID, have you been together with the people who have, I think, raised moderate, modest, respectful concerns about the plan? And I know people said we like Plan 1 or Plan 2. Where are you on modification?
So currently there's
You
no.
guys always get to yes. It's just my experience with
Yeah.
you.
So the last time this was presented to the community, because this came up as a concern, was January. So in January of 2026 is when we actually
But
went
then
back to the
it's just
community.
bathroom, right?
It was, right, the overall.
I want to go
Mhm.
back to the overall. You just spoke
Correct.
quite thoughtfully and professionally about the built-in problems that were put on the record.
Right.
Given the built-in problems, given the, I think, reliable concerns of the community that you're serving in part, is there a way to get to yes?
I mean, it's pretty far along. So, getting to yes, I guess, is a little bit of a complex, answer to give you. I mean, ultimately, it wasn't raised as a concern until January, and that's where we, wanted to make sure that we did meet back with the community because they had these concerns. But prior to.
One second.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that in the overall design, the community did not participate fully, as they probably were sidelined by other, issues? COVID, online, et cetera. The only reason I'm sensitive to this is because I opened schools in New York. And I knew the timing of hearings, the inclusivity of the hearings. Those were things that always came back to give us the opportunity to modify, readjust, rethink. And I'm just saying, you have good people here. You have a great department, it seems to me. It may not be perfect to everyone's satisfaction, but maybe we could tweak a little bit.
I guess what I want to add to, I think Meryl makes a really good point, is to say the following. We're still dealing with the unfortunate resonance of the pandemic and the shifted modes of communication that happened at that time. There's no question that parks did the outreach that it is required to do for any kind of public park. What we have here is a situation where it's a community that is starved for open space. There are competing desires of uses, as there always are, and you are very far along, as you say. So what we're asking you to reconsider is out of the normal kind of sequence of how you would allocate uses, do your design, bring in the contractor. We understand that. But I think what Meryl's asking and what we're asking, and really what everyone here who testified today, I mean, the fact that people came, so many people came in person and testified, we take that very seriously. And even though perhaps the timing of it would have been better another time, it wasn't, So now we know that in this community and really in every community of our city, there is that need. So I guess the question we're asking you is, can we at PDC find a way, working with you, to give you a little space to think forward about how you could accommodate what is clearly like a really important need in this community?
Sure. Well, we can bring that back to our own internal design process.
Yes.
Yep, sure.
So, okay. So then moving forward, you are at, we're at preliminary here? We're at preliminary. We're meant to take a vote. What I'm going to put on the table, and I'm open to other commissioners' perspective on this, is that we take a vote, and the condition that's necessary prior to parks returning is that next time we see it, we'd like to see reconsideration of the in this scope, Parks is redoing the seating area. As part of this scope, we're asking Parks to rethink the use that was meant to be in the seating area and whether there could be some shifting around of the overall, which we acknowledge approved plan for the overall plan to accommodate a lawn that could be used for the uses that we've been discussed today. That would be a requirement of this approval prior to coming back for final. I'm putting that on the table.
Deborah?
Yes.
Would it have to be a lawn? I mean, could we leave it more open-ended to say that it's space for, the various needs, including some potentially active recreation? So whatever they have to do with drainage, like they could come back with whatever that surface is.
And a relatively flat surface, which seems to be the biggest concern raised.
Exactly. No, I think the requirement is a flat surface that can accommodate the uses that have been very eloquently described today. And then I think I would want, we're not designing it here, but we would give that task to the very able colleagues at Parks to design that space and with our gratitude, consider that we understand that you are very far along. So that's what I would be putting on the table. I'm sorry, we're not allowed to, we can't have any public testimony at this point. A level 6, yes. So, do commissioners agree with that as a, and I'll restate that as a kind of conditional, so consent.
I would just like to say, first of all, thanks for spending so much time to listen to people, because that, despite whatever else happens, the listening really helps. It seems like I'm just going, because I haven't been able to go to this park personally, but a lot of things we do, I actually go to the parks to see what we're doing. And it seems like 91st Street is pedestrian only. And so it's part of the park. So the dog run and the flow of the 91st Street pedestrian, it sort of breaks the flow of people. Like you could almost double the size of the park by sort of rearranging where the dog run goes. If it's not there, then you get more out of 91st Street. And there are people who already use it for yoga. You know what I mean? Or other uses. This is maybe a senior citizen, I don't know, but I'm just sort of thinking about how worked up people are about it. And people don't tend to go away when they're worked up about it.
Consent, thank you. Okay, so we're over time. I'm going to reserve a few minutes before we take the vote. We did have some questions around the drainage, around the facility where it is now. So I'd like to turn it to you as well.
And we can do this quickly. Can we go to page 17? Sorry, page 14 first. So I know this is very blurry on our screen, but I noted it down. If I understand correctly, on the north elevation, we have on the corner facing the path, elevation 39, and then the corner of the building 44. And then on the other side on the south, 39 and 40. And you're indicating an average 2% slope all around the building. However, the reason we raised some questions through our notes is that if we go to slide 18, those elevations are slightly different than what's on your plan. You have 39 on one corner of the building and 44 on the other. And it's showing a different slope. And then when we go to page, the one with the short sections, I think is the one right after. Yeah, this one. Specifically, the one on the north, elevation on the north, shows an extremely steep slope that cannot be 2%. So we are just trying to understand ultimately what is exactly the grading being proposed around the building, because the plan and sections don't really match. And with concerns, specifically when we go to the detail, which I think is the following page, this one, that there might be a steep slope coming against the building, and we would like to understand how you're handling that stormwater. Is there a swale? Beyond just the waterproofing of the building, is there a swale? How do we mitigate erosion, etc.? So I just wanted to verbally explain that that's where our comments were coming from, that we would like to understand that area in more detail because the math is not quite adding up between the sections on the plan.
Sure. So in terms of we are actively looking at the grading, so that may be why the numbers are not perfectly jiving. But the main slope, there is, as you could see in the elevation, there is a significant slope coming towards us in that section. We are fine tuning how to address the slope as the cross slope meets the building. So that is something that we are looking at, and we absolutely want to manage the water coming towards the building before it gets to the building. So that is definitely something that we are looking at.
Okay. I would say just when you come back, if you can have more detailed grading plans just around that area, it's just so critical, right? The slope of the terrain, it's too much, and we want to ensure that it's thought of, not just from the building waterproofing perspective, but also from erosion perspective, specifically stormwater getting into the path and potentially limiting accessibility at times. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thinking as an architect, you're putting this standard Parks Department bathroom in this topographically complicated situation. I mean, it's just, it normally wants to just sit flat on the ground. So that kind of makes me scratch my head and think about the $2.5 billion. But I know it's expensive to build these things because we've been through all that with you guys. But that's complicated, I know. So I think the topos are super important for us to see. Thanks.
Okay. So when you come back, before we take the vote, that we'll have two conditions to this vote. So commissioners, when we vote on this project, what will pertain to the vote will be the two conditions. One, that we need to understand with clarity the topography and drainage system around this restroom facility. If you so decide that you want to reconsider what actually the restroom is, that's up to DPR, but we would need to understand the drainage, as I'm sure you want to. And the second condition is that we would like to have you consider the siting of a level space that's appropriate for senior physical group activities with sight lines to accommodate leadership of those activities, which I know you have begun to think about that because we saw your diagram in the seating area we heard today, and you explained why that may not be feasible in that spot. So we, again, working together as a city and as a community and understanding that some of this outreach happened during the pandemic, we're very grateful for DPR at this late date, thinking that through in that way. And so we will make that a condition of your return for the next level of approval. So with that, I'll now take a roll call vote on item number 30480, preliminary review for the construction of a public restroom building in Rupert Park, located at East 90th Street, 2nd Avenue, and East 91st Street in Manhattan. Commissioner, when I call your name, please state your vote and know that the vote, what you are voting on is approval at the preliminary level with the two conditions I have noted. Consent Armstrong.
Approve.
Isabel Garcia.
Approve.
Eddie Chen.
Approve.
Lori Hopkinson.
Approve.
Terry Maloney.
Approve.
Ellen Potter.
Approve.
Merrill Fish.
Approve.
I also approve, so let the record show that the project is unanimously approved with the conditions as noted. I want to thank everyone who came to testify today. We really appreciate your input here, and I want to thank DPR for listening. Thank you all. Yes. Continue the public hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30481. This is preliminary reviews for the rehabilitation of the Conservatory Water Basin and Boathouse Terrace and construction of an ADA path in Central Park located at Fifth Avenue between East 72nd Street and East 76th Street in Manhattan. For standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Presenters, welcome, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. It's nice to see you. My name is Diane Jackier. I'm the Vice President for Program Management at the Central Park Conservancy. I'm joined by a few of my colleagues from the Conservancy and, of course, from the Parks Department as well. And so we are here to present the Conservatory Water Basin Site Work and Accessibility and Boathouse Terrace project to you. Just to orient you to the project location, this is on the east side of Central Park. As with many of the projects that we've been doing at the Conservancy lately, things sort of start and grow, and that's no different here. So what we started with was Conservatory Water Basin because that has been leaking for a very long time. We've tried to address it, but we're looking at something more holistic, and Nick will go into some of the details of that project. We are also going to be including work at the boathouse, as well as this sort of grew into looking at the larger site work, including accessibility and drainage. And so what we're here today is to talk about the first phase of this work, which is outlined in the red dashed line here. I just want to note that the boathouse also includes additions, which we have gone to the Landmarks Preservation Commission. We presented at their hearing on June 23rd, which was approved. And even though that is not expressly part of this proposal, we will be showing you views and have some information because we know this is of a piece to look at both the building and the landscape together. So also just want to mention we will be coming back to you in the future, probably next spring, to talk about the remainder of the site work that we're going to be talking about for this whole area. Just to give you an overview of the goals for this project, as always, we look to rehabilitate the park as much as we can. So we're going to be doing that for the basin, the boathouse, and the site work around it. Nick, as I said, will go into some of those details. And so we really want to do that restoration, but with an eye towards how the park is actually being used now today. Of course, accessibility is a huge part of what we do at the Conservancy. So we're looking to improve accessibility, both in the boathouse, to the boathouse, and in the surrounding area, and environmental stewardship. This is currently a oil building. We're going to be turning into electric and also looking to improve efficiencies wherever we can. Just to give you a little bit of history, Conservatory Water Basin was built for a proposed conservatory that actually was never built. So this is the 1873 Bogart map, which shows what was actually built in the park from what Olmsted and Vaux designed. So you can see the basin was actually built. The conservatory is still highlighted in red as a proposed conservatory. There was even a design for what that conservatory would look like, but it was never built. But thankfully, the basin was, from its initial construction, it was an incredibly popular model boating area, which it remains as today. So the model boating sport became really popular in London and Paris in the 1830s and came to New York in the 1850s, both here in Central Park and also in Prospect Park in Brooklyn. I'm always amazed when I see these photos, how big the model boats are and were. And because of that, there was actually a small model boathouse that was built to store the boats. I apologize, I don't know how to use the pointer, but oh, you can see that was the boathouse that was built. We don't know the details, but sometime in the late 1940s or early 1950s, that boathouse burned down. And as a result of that, there was a master plan designed by Robert Moses to build a new boathouse, build a smaller kiosk, which is actually at the southern end of the basin, and also have the Hans Christian Andersen and Alice in Wonderland sculptures. So the funding for a lot of the work was solicited by donors found by Robert Moses. So one of those donors was Gene Curbs, who is seen here right next to Robert Moses here. This is in the 1954 dedication of the boathouse. Gene Curbs had donated the funds in memory of her parents who lived on Fifth Avenue and 74th Street. They loved watching the boats sail on the pond from their apartment. And so from its initial construction, our next photo will just show a front shot of the building. From its initial construction, there was a model boat space in the center. The left side or north side of the building had concession and the men's rooms, and the south side of the building had the women's rooms and park storage. And that is pretty much how it remains today. It is still a beloved area in the park. We love it too. We want to do everything that we can to continue that. So just to show you what the project aerial looks like, just wanted to note we're going to be oriented this way going forward and everything that we'll show you. So north is actually to the right. And then here's a rendered plan showing the area. So the basin is right here, of course. Here's the boathouse. This is the entrance on 76th Street we are looking to make accessible. And then here is the proposed plan that Nick is going to go into more detail on. So I'm just going to hand it over to him and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Great. Nick, you have about 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll go quickly. So we've broken this into 3 parts to walk you through the design. This is the existing basin drain showing the deteriorated conditions. It's currently composed of 3 different typologies, block, which is the oldest, concrete walls from the 20s, and then some work that the Conservancy had done to restore a small part of the walls and replace the coping. Some views of around it highlighting the existing conditions. There are parks, parks, light poles, and plantings. You can see here the water levels are low. The water is leaking at a rate that it's currently hard to maintain the water to the bottom of the coping, which is needed to capture the breezes to sail the boats. This is a plan showing you the locations of those different typologies of walls. So what we'll be doing is reconstructing the basin itself, the bottom, and all the walls that are highlighted in yellow. We'll also be using this as an opportunity to restore the area around it. The benches and the lighting. We will be replacing the wooden concrete benches with World's Fair benches. There's some of the areas are graded a little bit out of accessibility standards, so doing that and upgrading the lighting to meet sufficient lighting levels required by DOT. So for the larger site work and accessibility project, the landscape is really defined by a woodland edge along the wall, and then the rest of the space is really what we would describe as parkland. So rolling hills, rolling lawns with larger shaded trees. The 2 entries that we're going to be talking about, this is coming in from East 76th Street and its current conditions. And then the other approach is from 72nd. These are much steeper coming in from this direction. The area of the landscape that we'll be looking at is here to create accessibility. So these are the photos that we showed you labeled here as 1 through 4 and the proposed plan. So where we're adding ramps to create accessibility are both coming in from East 76th Street. There are 2 locations that are greater than 5% that we're able to adjust and achieve ramps. Zooming into that area, this is highlighting the bench and lighting layout currently in the areas that are inaccessible. We are making some very slight modifications to the grading to avoid significant trees within the area, maintaining the World's Fair benches at the entry here, and then modifying those along the path to settees. This is an example of one of the accessible ramps. This is one that we had gotten approved by this commission before for the Delacorte accessibility project. This is what it looks like in section, showing its relationship to the landscape. We'll also be using this as an opportunity to upgrade the drinking fountains with this in the area and making them accessible. Finally, the area around the terrace. The building is, as Diane mentioned, will be getting a rehabilitation and additions to modernize the concession and the bathroom spaces. The terrace itself, it was last updated into the 90s. There is a sand box within the area. There's also the concession, which really can't fit within its space. You can see here sort of spills out. The walls and the bluestone also last were updated in the 90s. This will be part of the project. This is the current plan. The red X's highlight the trees that will need to be removed as part of this project. Most of them are either self-seeded or smaller caliper trees. None of them are significant park trees. There are also the additions that you see to the back of the building. These will be removed and cleaned up as part of the project. This is the proposed plan showing the roof. The red lines show the geometries that we're modifying. So we're going back to a planter layout that is more in line with the historic planters. We're proposing to replace the sandbox with a planter based on the community feedback that we received from many of the community boards. We'll be adding green roofs to the flat areas of the building. We will be adding handrails to all of the steps coming up and regrading the path for accessibility. There also is a fenced off area in the back that will house some of the mechanical equipment for the building, and then the other area will be landscaped. We'll get to that in just a second.
You can answer. You can answer.
Oh, sure. Okay, so we imagine that this project, the basin, will likely go into construction at the end of the year. And it'll be about an 18-month project. And then the boathouse will be keeping that open till we're aiming for March or April. And then we imagine that that will open the following summer. So really that the entire program will just be offline for a year. This is the same plan showing the bathrooms, and they about doubled in fixture count for the space, and how the park users would access them. We're using the typical park material palette, asphalt block, typical railing details, same for other features as well. Planting palette, very similar to other plants that are found in this area, and then a few views of it. So the boathouse, this is the existing section showing the sort of the addition spaces in the back. This is the proposed section showing the modest additions to the rear. We have 3 views of the exterior, the first being looking south. This is the view showing the rendering without the back changes. Finally, the view. I guess that's just the clock. I thought it was a timer. Okay. Great.
Okay, thank you, Nick. So before we begin testimony, please note members of the public are welcome to testify both remotely and in person. We ask that testimony be limited to issues of design and aesthetic merit, which is the commission's purview. This is meant for public comment about the project, and commissioners or the team will not be responding to questions raised during the testimony period. Has anyone signed up? No. Okay. And remotely? No. Okay. So we have no in-person or remote testimony. So commissioners, any questions or comments about this project? Okay. I want to say that this is a typically elegant, moving things into the future by the Conservancy. You have typically, whenever we see a Conservancy project, there's a kind of seamless integration of and respect for the architectural expression rooted in the history of the park and the needs of today. We always really appreciate that. And I think that's why you're seeing very little comment from the group here. And so with that, I will, let's follow procedure here. Will someone make a motion for the vote? So moved. And a second.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. So we will now take a roll call vote on item number 30481, which is preliminary review for rehabilitation of the Conservatory Water Basin and Boathouse Terrace and construction of an ADA path in Central Park located at Fifth Avenue between East 72nd Street and East 76th Street, Manhattan. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Ken Sass-Armstead.
Approve.
Betty Chen.
Approve.
Laurie Hawkinson.
Approve.
Terry Maloney.
Approve.
Ellen Talman.
Approve.
Carrollton.
Approve.
I also approve, so let the record show that this project is unanimously approved, and we congratulate you on the very elegant work. Thank you. Okay, we'll now continue the public hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30482, preliminary review of the construction of the Roy Wilkins Recreation Center in Roy Wilkins Park, located at Merritt Boulevard between 118th Road and 119th Avenue in Jamaica, Queens. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it, commissioners. My name is Carlos Cardoso with Buyer Belinda Bell Architects. To my left, I have Miguel Maldonado and JU from our firm. We are super excited to be back here again to present this project to you based on all the feedback we've received over the last few months from all of you. We've addressed it as best as we can, and I think we're pretty excited about where we are at with the project, and hopefully you will feel the same way. And what I thought would be appropriate, you tell me if otherwise, is the questions that came back to us predominantly dealt with the massing, the window fenestration, the glazing, how it communicated with the program, how the brick, the articulation, or the materials, I should say, communicated with the program as well, and how did it all fit within the park setting. So what I'd like to do is, given those questions, take you through specific slides that actually address that, and especially some of the renderings. And the reason I say that, and not just elevations, is because a lot of the time we spent in articulating the building and selecting the materials really does play with the shadow and the articulation and the visibility, so that's important to do that. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to go, this works, to, this is a pretty, slide 42 is the one I want to get to. This was the elevations, and I'm going to start here to deal with all these questions prior to what we presented to you now. And again, it was one color brick on both the north facade and the east facade. The east facade is the facade that faces the park. North faces Merrick Avenue or Boulevard. It was one palette. It was, as you pointed out a little bit, institutional, monolithic. The windows component wanted more of a communication and how it communicated with the program. And what you start to see again in an elevation here is how we changed that. We started to change that, and these are the two facades that really have the more prominent changes. We started to change it by first step was we articulated a different palette for the brick, a little bit darker, warmer on the ground floor, warm as well on the second floor, but not as different or darker as it was before. We also introduced a metal panel color that was more of a bronze-like to get some warmth to it. But then we articulated, or we opened up as much as we could, the openings. We enlarged the openings, the glazing towards the park. I say as much as we could because there's a lot of technical issues, whether it's column, structural, energy code and whatnot, but we did actually, if you go here versus what it was there, we really opened it up as much as we could. But where we couldn't open up more, we wanted to communicate with the park. So that was, how do we communicate with the park? How do we engage with the park? And we started to articulate the bricks, and I'm going to show you this exercise by actually having them coming in and out and articulating it in the facade and in these locations that I'll tell you why they're there. And then we introduced a olive glazed green brick with a different texture. And that's really to correspond to the park setting. But where we put them when it comes to the vertical elements is where we would have liked to have additional windows. And we couldn't. Again, for numerous reasons. It was the way that we thought it was a gesture. It would have been a little bit more playful. Also, when you see it in a rendering and the sun hits it, it's going to articulate a little bit different. So it really gave more of a composition that was not so massive as it was before. It was a little bit more playful and really works well with, we thought, the second floor as well and the different color palettes. Now, what I'd like to show you is how did we get there? And we started This was the actual setting of with the windows, and we're using right now the east and the west facade here of a composition of when we started to enlarge the windows. But this gave us an opportunity that's where we started to use this vertical elements with the brick, articulating them in and out and giving it a different expression, because these are areas by the gym where we would have liked to have more windows, but that was our way of integrating both. We go from here to, the studies that we did to actually how did we come about this, right? The introduction of this glazed green brick, but not putting it so joined so tight like that, so massive. We started to look at ideas like this, again, integrating to the park, right? Window fenestrations that were larger to the activity that was going in. Anywhere where we show these vertical green, so like windows is where there's activity, where we couldn't have windows. But then we started to look at how we could articulate the brick and introduce and combine both. And that's what we did here. Really, we started to articulate the brick by pushing it in and out. And then we started to combine it with the glazed green brick. And it really gave us this appearance that we thought really started to work really well with the facade. Here's an example of what it was without it. Once we started to introduce it, but more importantly, what happens when the landscape actually is there. And that's why I want to go to the renderings, because again, this is very flat, doesn't show you the shadow lines, and we really, really feel that this is going to give a really nice integration to the park, given the confines of what we have to deal with, right? So let's go to the renderings and go and walk around the building to all these elements. This is what it was before, and we thought we took your comments to heart. It did look very monochromatic. It looked very heavy. And that's what began the whole study of the different palettes and colors. Also, before we were doing panelized brick, which is all these vertical lines, they're panels. And we were able to work hard with the builder to get rid of this because it gave it that institutional look, no matter what colors we picked. So we worked really hard with them and we were able to do hand-set brick, a more traditional element. That's what you're seeing here now. There's a different tonality between the ground floor and the second floor. You start to see the articulation here of the brick, and you'll see it as it turns around. And the plaza now, to us, becomes warmer, becomes more inviting, becomes the focal point, communicates Merrick Boulevard really well.
Carlos, you've got
Yes, sir.
3 minutes.
Okay, so let me go through it. The entrance point, as we walk around the building, what it was as we turn towards the south end versus what it is now, and you start to see the articulation of the brick. As we head towards the east side in the park, what it was before versus now with the vegetation that will be in there, the articulation of the brick, where we like it. The north side towards the park, towards the parking area with the pool. The pool always had a lot of fenestration. This looks very cold, to be honest. And how we warmed it up with the different bronze-like metal panels. Again, the different tonality. The tonality in the ground floor continues throughout. Second floor is lighter, and you see the brick there as well. And especially here as you start to turn around and head towards the west side and how it starts to look as we turn corner and around. And these were other elements towards the pool. This was at one time, this is where all the pool and everything, all the mechanical, how we made this a little bit more interesting as it is now. And the last slide to show you is even the bathroom areas with the signage, which we'll talk about, and everything else, how we started to articulate it, warm it up, break down the scale at the same time, and integrate it with the program in the inside. I guess my time's up. Another minute, I'll take it. I will take it. So this is the facade as it is now. We increased, just to give you a little bit, the opening, which communicates to the entry. So you have direct light, direct communication to the park. The spaces where the spin room, we can join the windows together to make larger spaces. And again, where we would have liked to have other windows and we couldn't, we did this playfulness with the brick and the articulation. And we really, I'll end with this, pretty excited, taking these comments, working with them, and can't wait to see this project. Thank you.
Has anyone signed up to testify? Okay, all right, so we have no one signed up to testify, so commissioners, opening for your comments and questions. All right.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, it'd be great to have the boards. Yeah, because that's where it's always hard to tell.
Yeah.
In a rendering,
Thank you.
what something looks like in a computer render. So,
Make that-
but this is the material. we're
Right.
using now.
Let me go over here, you guys.
I mean, I guess I was going to ask a question about the landscape. Isabel's not here. I guess she couldn't stay. But the way you're rendering the landscape here, I mean, it looks very southwest or something. I don't understand like this image. What is that actually happening?
It is. It is. Our landscape
But
architects.
that's not here. You're the landscape architect. Yeah.
This
This
is
is the view on the opposite side,
this view. That's this view.
kind of.
Yeah, it's just that it's
So
coming in with the
is
angle.
the south elevation.
This is the north.
Exterior south elevation, right there. Right there, it says south elevation. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is the south elevation?
No, this is the northern elevation. That's wrong.
That's a mistake. This is the north elevation where we have the pool. And
Northwest.
this is the,
This is the
yeah,
northwest.
the rain garden that we have in.
Step back a bit, thank you.
Polish.
So in the diagram in the upper left,
Mhm.
right?
Mm-hmm,
So the entry is at the south.
mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if that's south, but
What is it?
This
it's
is the
west.
west.
It's
So you're
west.
showing-
West, east,
And
south,
this corner right here is,
right?
North is actually, it's north is. North
Is at an angle like
is
this.
an angle.
So
this is north, and this view is
Northwest,
correct,
this corner,
correct.
correct.
because the front.
Because this is going
doors
north,
are-
south, east, west, so more or less northwest. And the view that you're looking at right here,
So then
Thank you.
this, where is this view? Did you have this one? This is a different,
Yeah, it's the same, like,
here I'm going.
there,
right here.
that one. So this is the northeast corner. And all this wildness you're going to be able to maintain.
Is this, I guess, sticking with the landscape just for a moment. Since I'm wondering if what we have here is like a rendering issue, because do you have a plant palette for that meadow planting? Because it does look like a prairie, but I suspect it's not a prairie. 95, yeah. Let's look at the plant palette.
I mean, just because Isabel's not here, I just wanted to.
Yeah, sure.
cue in on this for a second.
Okay, here we go. Let's look at this.
so, yeah, so this is excuse me. So these are the bioretention ponds. So,
Is that what we were looking at in that?
yes.
This
Okay.
view is.
So it's that,
intentional.
that bottom row with the, okay, so those are all plants that like the damp feet, right?
Mhm.
Is that,
That's correct. Mhm.
so is that why, and that's, you're anticipating that the bioretention area will be at all times kind of damp,
Mhm.
which is what these plants would require to survive.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, our landscape architect designed all this, but yeah, that is the logic behind it.
Okay.
And there's more than one. No, he's not.
It's a little bit of an odd plant palette for this part of the world, given how we have like periods of drought and they can take being dry, but I guess the point is spatially, it's just a strange mix for what would be like a meadow planting here. And it's a little bit difficult to see from that list of plants, how close in together, because you have shrubs. Basically, the sweet pepper bush, the chokeberry, and the dogwood are all shrubs, like woody plants. So you basically have switchgrass. So is this like a switchgrass? meadow?
Yes, yeah, this is switch.
Right, but I mean, it's the intention that it would all be pretty much all that with how.
Hold on, we do have the plan where he lays it out. And correct, correct, and right, I can't read it and I don't want to step right here. What does that say, Miguel? That's where,
Yeah, so the bioretention ponds are right
Oh,
there,
there, right.
here.
Okay, so I think before we move on, let's just say this, we can. I'm sure that your landscape architect has like a much more diverse plant list for that bioretention because it's what you have there is not adequate for that. So we'll just put that on the list of things to think about for the next round. I think we can move on.
Okay.
So because I want to go back to the building, but what's happening is the building has this kind of southwest in your desire to make it warm.
mm-hmm,
Never mind. If we go to the elevations, exterior elevations here. So you're selecting now this metal trim that's very,
mm-hmm,
but so you've changed kind of the whole palette of the building
mm-hmm,
to be this, what you're calling warm color.
mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure why, but the window frames are dark black,
Charcoal,
charcoal black. And if we go to your earlier renderings, where you had a kind of a recessed here.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
there's this, I don't know if this, what's going on here, because it was just an earlier rendering and it wasn't called out.
Mhm.
So this is recessed, so this is running out. And then there's a dark shadow of metal panel or something in there that you're creating the shadow with a metal panel.
correct.
Right?
Mhm,
And then the trim is like some kind of gray color,
correct.
right?
Yeah.
So that kind of all holds together. Then you have this base, which is granite.
Mhm, well,
Right.
it's great precast. yeah.
Right, so, and then also on the facade, the piece that comes around the awning at the front facade, which is on the southwest, I guess it is.
Yeah.
That swoopy thing,
Mhm.
the other facade,
Mhm.
I can't.
The
entrance. The entrance facade.
Hold on, it's,
Swoopy thing at the front,
right.
there,
Yeah.
so that all was with this, kind of a grayish
Mhm.
color, this.
Versus this.
Then you changed all this.
Mhm.
So, I mean, in my mind, all of this articulation is kind of pushing this into, I keep thinking of the Werner Werkstatt or something, that it keeps looking very Austrian. The only reason I'm saying this is I don't know why we need all this articulation and why we need to change to the warmer trim and why we need all the brick articulation. I mean, I could only speak for myself there. I'm an architect. I'm also trying to represent the public, right?
Mhm.
But the vertical of the panelization in the earlier scheme
Mhm.
here, I thought actually helped to counter the horizontality of the kind of banding, the curving banding. So it complemented it in my sense,
Mhm.
right? The vertical line. So
Mhm.
now we don't have that, and we have a pattern applied to the outside
Mhm.
where you wish you had windows.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't need that green brick. I think it's too sharp with the lighter color. I frankly think going back to earlier palette is a stronger project. Just to be,
Okay.
and I know you guys did a whole lot of work. Wait.
What you bring up is so fascinating, but I want to know why you guys felt you had to go in this direction. Was it something that you heard there's like a miscommunication here that's probably easy to solve.
Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're making yourselves into a pretzel to please some. Can you grab the mic?
Sure.
So one of the understanding we had based on last PDC presentation, a couple comments about the overall palette was about the building being monochromatic and dull, I think. Also, the repetitiveness came out a lot and the flatness of the building. Then the metal color, we used the gray, so it acted like a background. The way we understood it was that the color could be more celebrated. And then the contrast aspect of it on the overall composition, that kind of led to us thinking, we just didn't start with, all right, let's change everything. We started one by one. Can we kind of start to, as Carlos mentioned, like break it up a little bit so it becomes less of a, like when we took the institutional, we thought maybe the two-story reading had something to do with that as well. And yeah, so we wanted to, in order to create that level of contrast, we started to looking at, we said warmer, but it was more of a lighter, and it was a response to the brick we brought last time and had it at the window, which was much darker brownish sheen. We wanted to lighten it up and brighten it up and actually use it, an actual color, which became the metal color, and some accent color, which we thought green was getting into an interesting direction.
And we also, to tie into that, the whole play with the windows to try to communicate the program inside. We worked as hard as we could to get as many of the windows or as much glazing as we could.
Are you, because you have the kind of window to wall relationship you're trying to work with, can you only have 40% window to overflow? Is there something like that for the energy code that you're dealing with?
We're dealing with that. We're dealing with structure that's in the place because it's a timber building that windows can't go where we would like them to go. So there's various issues, not just one. But because of that, to your point, that's what led us to areas that we would have liked to add another window. We thought this was a playful way of doing it. Now, granted, we're still studying how much of the green brick would we articulate with. It wouldn't be that much, just so that there's this, let's just call it this communication with the park that we really feel would work really, really well versus that.
Understand what you're communicating. How do you, that's such a broad statement to communicate with the park, just because it's green, it's communicating with the park.
Well, think about it. What is the vertical elements in the park? There are none except the trees. There is no other vertical elements. And this, our play here was to have something that did communicate with the trees, with the color a little bit, and kind of integrate it.
To break the massing down, where you might be able to
True.
Articulate with massing different tones of brick, but you've got a monochromatic ribbon going all the way around. Right? I mean, it's just a kind of difficult situation, I think, for everybody here, for me.
Kenza.
Honestly, I think people who are going to use this center, they're not going to spend that much time looking at the outside. But if they do, because like my 10-year-old who'd want to get in the pool, he won't notice any of this. He won't care about me. He won't care about you. He's just like, pool, good. Everything else, sucky, right? But if you are going to make something on the outside, and it has to be a signal, it can't be a signal for you for where you wanted windows, because like my kid and the other kids, they're not going to care. It kind of has to be something that relates to like I'm trying to get back to like the person, like that 10-year-old. Like if there's some mark on the building, what helps that 10-year-old to feel like, oh, this leads here, or this is a signal of some sort, because they won't understand. I don't understand. I understand what you said about that you wanted windows there and then you put this instead of the window, but I don't think a user, a viewer, a child, or a parent will get that. And so if there must be some broader logic to, like, I could understand that as you moved around where they were going toward the public restroom, that facade changed and it was a different, so that people could see that, oh, this side is different. All the other sides are not, but this side, that's where and then people go, oh yeah, on the green side, that's where the restrooms are. Like, I totally get that. Like, that's a logic that would work for a person. Whereas this is a logic that works for the architect. I also think that in making it multiple different colors on the different stories, rather than make it less hulking, you've made it kind of more, like, you've made it more prominent as a structure because it cuts up the landscape in a different way.
Well, I think
But
what you're asking
and, you know,
is that whether the building could communicate like its parts.
Yeah, if
to somebody who's a layperson,
Yeah.
whether you could from the exterior say, oh, go to this green corner or go to this green side. This is where the entry is. Or, you know, he's asking, could this be broken down in some way to communicate without signage what's happening?
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what you were saying, but then it doesn't correspond to what you have done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, because I think
No.
no.
Carrie says no. No, Carrie says no.
You know, so I think because of the monochromatic continuous nature of both the curve and the fact that it doesn't break down volumetrically into parts, it's hard. Like, you even had trouble figuring out which is north and which is south, right? Well, so I think that's part of the problem with the facade. We're trying to design a facade here rather than something that would communicate its parts to the whole and to those outside. I mean, I don't know if that's clear, but I think you know it. So what should we do? So, I mean, Betty, you know, like, I kind of like,
Thank you very much for listening the first time, because they followed. We had a conversation about the bulk, the mass, the color, the oppressiveness. They've come back, I think, I'm so pleased with real brick laid as opposed to panels of brick. I'm pleased with two colors. I like the green. I like the articulation. I'm sort of a brick nut. But I mean, the way the building expresses the interior via the exterior, I don't know many gymnasiums that actually tell you where the pool is by the outside. So I think that the image, what we have to be focused on, well, at least what I'm focused on, is the colors and the textures and the different facade, planes, the way light hits it. And I think it's very well done. So thank you.
Betty.
Okay.
I would agree with you that the Coral Canyon, sort of that palette, is warmer than what was there before. And, you know, I wasn't part of that earlier conversation, but I guess I too sort of saw, but I think in this context, warmer doesn't necessarily mean better. And there's something about that sort of pinky, sort of warmer palette that's doesn't necessarily feel of the place. And it's sort of reflected in these questions about the plant palette. And I too felt like it didn't seem like it was of New York. It struck me as like this could have been something from the Southwest. And I don't think it was just a rendering question. I think it had to do with the you know, like how far you've pushed the lightness of the brick, the tonality, and this kind of warmer trim. And so just seeing the previous version and this version, I kind of felt like there were things about that earlier version with the gray trim that tied the building together, even having the same brick on the ground floor and the top floor, like that sort of going back towards that direction is, I don't know, sort of more successful than the direction you've gone. I mean, and sort of echoing some of the things that Lori has said.
Are there other buildings in this park?
Outside of the restroom? No, and the original Roy Wilkins, which is way further down. No,
And what materials are they made of?
brick,
Red brick.
red brick. Dark
So
red brick.
because I agree, I mean, I spent a lot of time in the Southwest, and these are definitely very Southwest colors. And I don't know enough about architecture, but I think it's a swimming pool, as you say, and this almost is too grand in a way. And I just wonder about the difference in cost in terms of the pre-made brick or whatever to now hand-laid brick, copper, tile. What's the difference in cost to the original design to this design?
Well, it's faster to erect the panel. The panel, it's faster to erect a building that's panelized. It looks fake. I love brick, to your point. I do not like panel brick. It looks fake. The jointing, you will, within 2 years, you'll know that it's fake. That's just my personal opinion. I'm adamant about that. And we work.
You're not the user. I mean, you have to
100%.
think about the people who are going to go
100%.
hopefully swim in the swimming pool.
But you proposed a brick building in a fast track project to be design build. So to now come back and make something out of this handmade in certain parts. I mean, for what purpose? I would rather have a very straightforward panelized brick system, give them a lot of wonderful interior space. Let me have windows in the swimming pool as much as I can, wherever I can. I know you're trying to do that. But I find that putting this articulation on the outside now at the end of the story is just spending money needlessly. I really find it unnecessary. And I respectfully disagree with you about the panelized brick. It happens to be something that's done in the industry. It's a building system we have. We don't build a building this size out of handmade brick typically anymore. We just, I mean, in a recreational center, I just think it's insane. I mean, you're the one who proposed the brick. You showed the panelization and now you don't like it anymore. And now you're trying to put an articulation on it, which is just a surface treatment. I'm sorry, I find it that we end up spending money and, unnecessarily. So I think it should be more utilitarian. I really.
Which is fine. So then maybe it's our fault. We didn't understand the comments when we left last time, that
And
this
that
was
is our-
accepted.
I
did. Did you?
apologize if we didn't.
We
They
didn't.
were
If you're
miscommunicating.
good with this and just we incorporate the windows, more of the fenestration, fine. I mean, actually, to be honest, we fought the builder to get the hand over hand. They rather do this.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, but we understood that this was not the direction we wanted to go in. If we want to go in this direction with the fenestration, I should say with more glazing as we have it on the east side towards the park, we could certainly do that. But we thought this was not the direction you wanted to go in. And that's why we did what we did. I mean, based on the questions we received.
Okay. What we're always after, I think, it's inevitable that when you have so many voices that sometimes there's some confusion. And I want to say, we appreciate your team's responsiveness to our comments. Really, what we're always after is something that's, it's respectful of a past if it's in a historic context, but if not, a kind of integrity with the moment we're in right now, the program for the particular structure and the site of that structure, right? So I think what you're hearing is that in your genuine efforts to respond to our comments, there was a kind of like stepping away from the original identity of this building as a recreation center and the kind of straightforward expression, which I think our previous comments were a little bit more of a kind of like refinement as opposed to the much more dramatic material and palette changes that you are showing us now. So I think what I would like to ask the commissioners to do, and you have strong feelings about this, Lori, is to, we did give the team some comments here about refining this. And so if we're feeling comfortable, and I could offer my perspective on the current iteration, but I don't think it's necessary. I wouldn't to ask commissioners to, coming back to this scheme, what are the refinements that we were looking for that are less dramatic than what we have before us here? Because we did give the team comments and they did have to do with the palette and the of both the metal facings and the brick. You know, we could.
I mean, there's
Yeah. You know, I think we left as I'm looking at them here, they were kind of like asking the team to reconsider how the materials come together and the overall expression of the building. And so what we had here was, instead of a kind of refinement of the strategy and palette, like a shift to something quite different. So I guess I think what I'm hearing, and I have to agree, like, let's go to the next one. And who? Yes. Do you? You would need the mic.
Thank you. Yes, I think we interpreted reevaluating the palette, the color. To Carlos's point, a lot of discussion about articulating interior program. For example, here is the gymnasium, and how do you express to a user a change in the building that articulates an activity or a program that's happening inside. And this isn't established, but that was kind of the limitations as spoke about structurally, energy code wise. We don't want to add more fenestration, but also you don't want to upsize your mechanical systems, etc. So taking that into balance, I believe this was seen, not finalized, as a way to start articulating this is the gymnasium. On the other side, when you come around, there's activity happening, whether it's a spin room, whether it's the dance area, on a less rigid facade facing the park. So those were some of the considerations taken into place. And then, of course, the lightening of the palette, which maybe was misinterpreted, but the lightening of the palette, we moved away from a darker red brick and lightened the bands coming across. But so lightening around the fenestration, et cetera. So those were some of the things that we understood. We thought the kind of somehow accentuating program was really one of the things we really wanted to bring forth to note activity, because you have these kind of large expanses of brick where it's just, you don't kind of have an idea of what's happening there. And so to bring that out, that was our take. I hope I'm not speaking for Michaela, but
No,
that
we appreciate that.
yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner. So I think what we have here is one of those tricky terrains where we want to make sure that residents of this neighborhood get the best recreation center, and that DDC and the teams, as the designers, are that their drive here is and what they wish for is also taken into account. Lori, I think you feel strongest. I think let's start with the easy part. I think we all agree, and I've heard from other commissioners that the green brick and the kind of loose association with like growing things seems like a kind of surface application that doesn't really serve the architecture. So let's just start with that. Let's. You do agree? You disagree? You like it? To me, it's a different architectural expression, almost like a prairie style decorative element that, with the kind of mid-century curves of this, it seems that it lacks integrity. But I do feel strongly, Carrie, that you'd like to have that conversation about retaining it. Okay.
No, that's really like, we all like different things.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, and I think the main thing here is, as you pointed out, Ken Seth, is like, how do people understand what this is, what it's meant to be for, and that it shows dignity and respect for the users in coming to this facility and using it. So that's really the question before us. We have two very different material palettes and indeed materials. We have paler brick with a kind of warm trim And then if we can go back to the panel, brick panels with a darker trim. And I think, to me, that's like a very big difference. And I, would welcome thoughts on, what's your perspective as the designer? Forgetting about the green.
In terms of, yeah.
The question is like, the costs, the trade-offs that you're making.
Mhm.
Are there trade-offs being made to move from this to the next scheme in terms of what you can do in the rest of the building? Because it must be much more costly. Yeah.
I mean, I think the difficulty here is we're not seeing them next to each other because I know you changed windows and things, right? You're just talking about the panelization
Yeah.
versus the green.
Yeah.
Correct. I just wanted to.
Well, no,
clarify.
we're even just taking the green off the table.
Take the green off the
We're
table,
really talking about.
go back to the gray, go with the panelization, keep your windows the way you changed them now to get more windows.
Okay,
Could we have that?
I think so.
I'm comfortable with that. I don't
Hear
know.
you.
So
Happy?
let me just,
I'm not trying.
I'm sorry for all the time you wasted.
Listen. I know this is really hard. This is a really hard project. It's a huge elephant landing in a flat field,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
And you're trying to find some context and there's no context. So you're trying to invent context. But I think just let it be what it is. To me, this building works better than the next one. It has too much articulation on it. We're trying to hard with get all the warm colors and everything. But if you're making the additional window articulation, I think that's a great thing. Where you tried to bring more windows, but it's hard for us to compare that when we see this and then we flip to the next slide. I mean, I'm having difficulty and I'm a professional architect, so.
Please. Why is it that, I agree with you, but is there no way to indicate what's in the building? I mean, because there's nothing on the building that says swimming pool, gym, besides a little sign. So is there any way within the design to say what it is?
I mean,
Because
you had the word swim on the corner.
I mean, it just to me, it's a building, whatever materials you use, but it doesn't really say, even if you have a lot of windows, celebrating what this structure is. It's a big structure. It's a big deal for this community and for this park. How do people know with just looking at the building, what's inside it? I guess that's my question.
To answer your question, part of all the fenestrations, you will see the activity. That's why we put more windows.
Do
Certain
you
areas.
see a swimming pool or?
The swimming pool, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, because we couldn't go below grades on the second floor. So
Right.
you will not see it, but there's a lot of windows.
Way to put on the building something that indicates, as part of the design, something that indicates this is a swimming pool, this is, so it's not just a building, there's a purpose to the building. Is there any way to show that on the exterior?
Outside.
Yeah. There's an art.
Yeah.
It hasn't.
You mean present art?
Correct.
Is this a
Present for art
art?
because they're very large murals that you're showing inside. And you've identified areas that you think they should go.
I mean, that question, DDC should speak to that because there's a whole other component.
That would be something, yeah.
I think it would charts the building up a little.
I will, yes, so with the percent for art program, I believe, which we didn't fully mention in our responses, with the percent for arts program, the idea of adding color to the facade, because the artist we're working with uses a lot of colors. Their palettes are kind of like these pastel-y colors. And to the architect's point, while we were looking more at the interior corridors, et cetera, having these bursts of colors down major corridors, et cetera, and spaces that patrons would use to go to different areas, different programs within the building. That was kind of the inspiration of bleeding the interior program and moments of that happen in the interior architecture out onto the facade. So again, that was part of the idea where you have these kind of more solid areas where there's ample activity happening, whether it be basketball games, pickleball tournaments, whatever could be happening in this gymnasium area, that there is some sort of articulation that comes out and speaks to activity. Maybe this isn't it, but that, I think that was always part of the idea, especially communicating with the park and on this great lawn kind of area, communicating with the park, like, hey, there's something happening here. You can't, that's what he's saying, right? You couldn't really enter from that facade, but you wanted to still draw people from the greater park to the building. And how do we do that? And I should let Anna speak, but yes, also working with Percent for Art was kind of something we're trying to articulate.
We have, Meryl, please.
Yeah, please.
And then after Meryl speaks, we have someone from DDC Percent for
Great.
Art.
So I feel like we're designing a camel, which is a horse designed by a committee. Okay? And so what we're being is unfair to ourselves and unfair to the people who are intricately involved in the design. I'm just listening. I'm not an architect. I'm not a designer, but I know how hard everyone is working. I think, what action do we have to take today in order to give everyone the opportunity to move forward and have these conversations in a more limited setting so that we're not giving miscommunication and misdirection?
Yeah. Before I answer that question, and then I'll put something on the table, I think we have someone on the line, right, you from DDC Percent for Art?
Hi, this is Xenia from DDC Public Art, Deputy Director. I was hearing about the Percent for Art. Yes, it will participate in this facility. But yeah, I don't want to, my partner from our colleague from Parks Department, Jennifer Lancis, and the folks from the Parks Department, the guidance for Percent for Art locations are primarily all interior from a maintenance perspective. So just wanted to share that part, but thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So that's not part of our consideration for the exterior. Okay. Please, yeah.
I think that you guys have actually put a lot of thought into trying to make more activity kind of and more surface treatments on the outside of the building, make it more interesting. And maybe what rightly said, President Martin said, that we feel like it's gone a bit too far from where you started. And that possibly just scaling it back would be helpful. And the comment that I made to you about the logic of where you have markings on the outside of the building was not so that you could try to indicate what's happening inside the building with what's outside the building, but more like when a viewer sees a building and then they get a feeling about a building, it's more like, why am I seeing this mark? Does this mark make me feel more at home? Does it make me feel like more like I want to go inside? Is it more inviting? Is the building more inviting? Is it more pleasurable to me? And so I think in general, I would say for the exterior of the building, to simplify it and to go closer to the simplification of the earlier design would probably benefit you, because now you have too much mark making. But I think that the spirit of what it means to a person who's coming to this, they're not an architect, they're not us, but they just want to feel like this building invites them. So that I think that's more a firm grounding to walk on, and I don't know, show it to a 10-year-old who swims and see what they think. And that's not the worst. That's not the worst thing that I've ever done. Like I do it all the time when I'm making public art. I show it to kids and ask them what they think, and they go, "Oh," and they just tell me. And so I don't know, but I think in general, I really appreciate all the effort you guys have put into working really hard to try to make this more inviting space for people. All right.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Carlos, before I put ask for a motion for the vote. Oh, do you have something that?
Oh, no,
Because I think personally, there's been enough chatter. Yeah. On this subject. Yeah, agreed. So, Carlos, I just want to ask you a question, and I'm going to leave this to the team. You raised something that I consider to be very important, which is you feel that the panel brick will not wear in a way that would serve the structure or the community. So I would like to put on the table for commissioners' consideration that when the team returns, they look at the plant palette for that meadow planting, which is not yet there yet, but we know you can have a landscape architect, you'll get it there. And then with regard to the facade, I think we would ask you to reconsider the kind of texture that you've created with the green brick, which we feel is gratuitous and a little odd as an application here. And then I think I would like to leave it, and if other commissioners agree, I think you as the team, you have two very different palettes here that, and they're different materials. You know, you have unit bricks and you have brick panels. I think you should decide with your client at DDC, which makes the most sense in terms of what would be most appropriate to this community. And I think we have enough of a diversity of opinion here on the color that that we would leave that to you when you come back. So commissioners, those are the two kind of conditions that we are putting on the table for this vote. And I'll now take.
When does it come back? This is something that they absolutely need in this community.
Yes.
I don't want us to be the group that stands behind this community getting what they need.
Agreed.
And a fight over brick.
No.
So when do you guys come back? When can you come back?
They have to come back for final. And what I'm saying, what we are saying to them now is they're going to choose a direction between preliminary and final. Either you with your client will decide that the panels are, we don't have the knowledge of the cost trade-offs that are being made to use those bricks, which have to be much more expensive. So I think for us to decide that is inappropriate. So you're going to decide on the usability of this and the durability of this material in this image. And then if you could go to the next image. Setting aside the green brick, we're going to let go of that. Whether this, the investment that this would require and this palette seems more appropriate. And when you come back, we'll talk about details, but we're not going to question that direction.
Understood.
You need to have a.
No, I understand. We understand.
Commissioners, are you comfortable with that as being a direction on the table for them to make that choice, given cost? To me, it's both a cost and a kind of usability maintenance question. Okay. All right. So with that direction on the table, and so that's for you, Carlos, and your team to make that choice. I'll now take a roll call vote on item number 30482, which is preliminary review for the construction of the Roy Wilkins Recreation Center in Roy Wilkins Park, located at Merrick Boulevard between 118th Road and 119th Avenue in Jamaica, Queens. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Ken Armstead.
Approve.
Isabel's not here. Betty Chen. Approved. Lori Hawkinson.
Approved.
Carrie Maloney.
Approve.
Ellen Taubman.
Approve.
Meryl Tisch. I also approve. I want to let the record show that we are unanimously approving this project. We really thank the team for listening to what we had to say and going out there with this. And now we look forward to seeing it when you come back and to land at the Goldilocks solution to this challenging project. Yes, I'm sure they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Public hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30483, preliminary review for the installation of past and present future by Linda Lena, located in Walter Gladwin Recreation Center in Walter Gladwin Park, located at East Vermont Avenue between Third Avenue and Arthur Avenue in the Bronx. For standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation. Public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. When you're in person, testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Welcome, Brenda Davis.
Hi, thank you all for having me. So. Oh, it takes a while, so I shouldn't jump the gun. So just to remind you, it's in the Bronx, this recreational center that I'm working on in District 6. That's the location off of Tremont Avenue, which was already mentioned. I grew up going to this neighborhood, calling it Little Katrona. And just to remind you that my proposal has to deal with, the impetus was Walter Gladwin's advocacy for Northern Blacks not to pay for segregated schools in the South and transculturalism. So this is what the rec center is going to look like. It's 2 stories. That was my concept. There's 3 different locations along the building. Primary wall on the top, media wall on the second. So past, present, future, lobby, second floor, and the gym wall. You already proved my concept. This is what happened since the last time I've been here. So just to remind you, the impetus of the proposal was about segregation and transculturalism. I did look up the 2020 Census Bureau, and information has told me that 29.2% of this district was foreign born. That's the impetus. So it's like migration, transculturalism, what happens in northern states and how segregation is manifested in northern states through redlining and reconstruction, and what ends up happening is the dislocation of that community. So that was the original design. And this is what's happened since the preliminary design. You can see an alteration there. I went to the community board. The community board told me I have to include the Pan-African flag. I've included it. That's the detail of that inclusion. And this was the original design. I've pulled back the roadmap so that the deconstructed flags are the highlight of the design. And the future flag has changed. So I went to the Bronx Historical Society. It just reiterated what I already knew about Walter Gladwin, but it also made me think about the future war and what the future actually holds. This was representing hope to me. This actually represents a transcultural flag to me. So instead of representing hope, I'm actually representing what's going to happen eventually. Like time will do its justice and transculturalism will happen. So that's the design again. That's the information I got from the Bronx Historical Society. So a lot of clippings of his relationship to like businesses, how he got his funding as an assemblyman, his community leadership. So again, 3 locations. Lobby is the primary location. That's what it will look like. That's the redesign. Detail, the media wall on the second floor. That's what it will look like in situ. Detail, 3rd location, the gym wall. That's in situ. And here are the detailed drawings, elevation drawings, so you can see the dimensions. That's the mosaic installation detail. Signage. So there'll be 3 signages, of course, for the 3 pieces. 2 locations in the future wall on the bottom level and the top level for easy access. The alterations that you have access to do, I haven't done yet. That will come after this review. This is what they would look like according to DDC's parameters. This is what they would look like in situ. So this is the signage for the past. This is the lobby, the entrance. There, the red marks the spot. Again, that's the media wall, the present. The red marks the spot. And this is the future wall. 2 different locations. The red marks the spot. The detail. So let's talk about materials. I think you were concerned about replacement materials for anything that gets damaged. That of course will happen with the fabrication.
Excuse me.
Yes. 2 minutes. I'm gonna rush through it. I'll rush through it. So the sample's not here today, right now, but it will come. It's shiny, but it's supposed to be matte, so that will alter. And the blue is off because I went in October, so the design has changed since then. That's a detail. That's a detail. That's a detail. Community engagement. After going to the community board, I told New York City Parks that I would give them a vector file with a prompt of what does your future flag look like, which gives the community an opportunity to explore and engage with the piece consecutive, like after the piece is up. I already talked about the repair. Any questions? Any question, concerns, comments?
Before we offer our questions, is there anyone signed up to testify? And remotely?
Hi, we do not have anyone signed up to testify remotely, but is anyone within the Teams room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature. I do not see any hands, so we are okay to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chelsea. Okay, commissioners, questions, comments? Eric, please.
First, I just want to commend, although we're not supposed to use that word, Commissioner Armistead for making the effort to go to the community board meeting to work for this. And that's a rare thing. So that's first thing. And second, I think it's so successful. I think the narrative behind it is so real as opposed to often the narrative seem forced to me. Everything about it, I congratulate you on.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Kenza, for coming. He was my advocate. You all have been. Thank you for your attention and your encouragement.
I don't really have any questions or comments for you because we've been over this. But I do want you to, you say you feel like this is more of a transcultural futuristic flag. And I feel like when you say that, you get like a little smile, like you're more hopeful about it.
Yeah.
And that this sort of distance between what was almost monochromatic to a multi-chromatic flag for the future. I need just to chat about that a bit.
Yeah.
Extemporized.
I think, when you told me, I think you said a statement, it was just like, I wouldn't make that my American flag, but you have the right to make an American flag. I thought to myself, this is going to be forever. If this is going to be my American flag, I actually wanted to represent what I want to see, So I was like, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take all the colors from these 30 flags and I'm going to integrate it into the future flag instead of leaving it blank. I'm just like, if I was going to make my new American flag, this will be my new American. I wanted to be proud of my flag, not just make it an empty slot so that anyone can fill it visually. So, yeah, so it was that. It was just like going to the community board, you saying that statement, and me going back home saying to myself, I really kind of hate this flag. I need to change this because I don't want this to represent my American flag. What happened? What happened?
I'm pleased. I'm pleased that the dialogue served you.
Yes.
Because that's what this whole process is about.
Yes.
That you got more out of it. And also I think that the community got more out of it when you started telling your story.
Yes, I think that they didn't really understand what I was going for until I explained how I arrived there. And I also like the fact that they could do with the flag whatever they want with it, They could turn it into an animation, they could turn it into a collage, they can turn it into a sculpture. They have the power to imagine their future however they like, just like I had the power to imagine my future however I liked. So yeah, and I'm proud of the flag now. I know it's a little hard on the eyes, but life is hard on the eyes. Yeah, it could be a little, if you're colorblind, it could be a little hard. So yeah, I think that this whole experience has made me very open to making work as a group of people, as me listening and integrating and then trying to alter everything, but staying with my frame, like learning what's really important to me and learning what can move and can be flexible So I'm very grateful for it. And thank you for you guys, because I couldn't do this without, oh my God, they've seen me cry, they've seen me yell, they've seen me do a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm very grateful. I'm happy with it. I hope you're happy with it too.
Any other comments before we take a vote? Well, Lisa, I just want to say that you've done such an assured and elegant job of taking what was like a very personal, deep-rooted idea that you had and turning it into something that's beautiful for someone who knows nothing about what the concept is underneath it. But there are those layers that can be discovered by people who experience it once, every day, every year, you know, and that's very hard to pull off.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I tried.
Yeah, it shows. I mean, actually, it doesn't show. It doesn't look overworked. It looks kind of intuitively like it just sort of sprang into life, which is amazing.
A slow burn.
Yeah, but the work doesn't show. Just the work is, it is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I will now take a roll call vote on item number 30483, preliminary review for the installation of past, present, future by Glendaleese Medina, located in Walter Gladwin Recreation Center in Walter Gladwin Park, located at East Tremont Avenue between 3rd Avenue and Arthur Avenue in the Bronx. Commissioners, when I call your name, please indicate your vote. Ken Seth Thompson.
Deeply approved.
Betty Chen.
Approved.
Lori Hawkinson.
Approved. Look forward to seeing it.
Carrie Maloney.
Approved.
Ellen Talbot.
Approved.
I also approve and let the record show that past, present, future preliminary approval is unanimous, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's our pleasure. And we'll now take a 15-minute break. We will return to continue the public meeting at 12:30 exact. Thanks. Yeah, it's cold today. We'll now continue the public hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30484, conceptual review for the installation of a vision of the past, present, and a hopeful future by Allison Elizabeth Taylor, located in Soundview Park Recreation Center in Soundview Park, located at Lafayette Avenue between Morrison Avenue and Metcalf Avenue in the Bronx. For standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. And welcome, Kendall.
Good morning, commissioners. I'll take 1 minute of Allison's time to give you a bit of background on this project. It was initiated in December of 2024. And as with all our projects, we begin our initiation with a conversation with the Community Board 9 in the Bronx, to sort of invite them to participate in our process and to recommend artists and panelists to be part of the project. We did that first time in December of 2024. This project is part of our 2-panel process, where we have 2 panels. The first panel is looking at artists to be considered, and the second panel looking at proposals from the artists that are selected in that first meeting. The first panel was convened in January of 2025, at which time we selected 5 finalists who were provided with our orientation and given a lot of information about the project and worked with us to develop proposals. The second panel in April of 2025, we looked at the 5 proposals and selected Allison as part of to award the commission. We have since gone back to the community board on June of this year with the Parks and Recreation Committee meetings, and they received, it was well received, I think, because the community was a very interesting and participatory part of this project. And with that, I give you Allison Elizabeth Taylor.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for taking a look at this proposal today. My name's Allison, and I'm an artist who's maybe not going to show you a proposal. Wait. Okay, here we go. Before I get into what I'm proposing for the Soundview Recreation Center, I'd like to show you a little bit of past work so you know where I'm coming from. Typically I work in marquetry or wood inlay or intarsia, which is historically a medium that has been used by kings and queens. I liked the idea of using this medium to depict everyday things and everyday people. I have developed marquetry into a new medium called marquetry hybrid. So it's got the wood inlay, and then I collage and I paint and I add other materials. This is a storefront on the way to my studio in Brooklyn. You'll see I use a lot of paint and color in addition to the wood. Oh, I can do this. There we go. I work in portraits. This is the portrait of my friend Cheryl before she left for Maine in 2020. I also do landscape. I'm from the Southwest. I'm from Las Vegas. So a lot of that will appear in my work as a subject. I'm very interested in the different natural environments. You can see here, there's quite a variety. This is a portrait of my brother-in-laws, Javier and Will. And more contrast between desert and forests, different types of natural landscapes. This was a business that was on my walk to my studio, was the only thing open in 2020. It was an essential business, statuary, reliquary wholesaler. Obviously, I'm very interested in the streetscape and what I see on my walks around New York City. This is in the other direction. This is from more inspired by a casino in my hometown. A lot of the casinos have these giant pools, and so it's called the Hotels Pool. Okay, so the project site, it's in the Soundview neighborhood of the Bronx. You can see right there. Here's an aerial that gives you an idea of where the location is in the park. Some of the photos of the surrounding street. And this is a rendering of what the building will look like. This is from my original proposal. You can see that this is an artwork location. It's the gym, but there are 2 artwork locations now. My site-specific permanent artwork for the Soundview Recreation Center in the Bronx is called A Vision of the Past, Present, Hopeful Future. It's concerned with the neighborhood's natural environments and streetscapes. So like flora and fauna, the streetscapes, small businesses, they're also threatened. I feel like there is a continuity between these two environments. This artwork seeks to bring the conversation back to what makes our neighborhoods vibrant and resilient. This project includes 2 locations within Soundview Recreation Center, the lobby and a running track. Having a beautiful place to engage in empowering activities will lift people up, and knowing that they have a space that was carefully created with them in mind. Okay, so this is an overview of the project. You can see that there are these 3 locations. The first one in the lobby, and then the second 2 on the second floor of the gym. So let me show you that in a little more detail. Oh, no, okay, that wasn't the slide I thought. You can get an idea. Here is the entryway, and then here is where the artwork is being proposed. This work aims to bring the park inside, and the center is going to function as a trailhead, basically, because Soundview Park has amazing nature walks. So you're going to be out on the trail. You may see some of the flora and fauna in that artwork. They're going to be tied together. I'm also really interested in the idea of attention restoration theory, which posits that even images of nature can improve focus, attention, and reduce stress. So in the winter, you're going to have this big artwork that draws from many seasons and has color, that might not be in that current season. So here's a larger one to give you an idea of where the artwork is located. We're working with different configurations of that. This is just like a comp to give you some idea of some of the color and the palette and the life that will come from this nature. Here is the second artwork location. This is along the running track on the second floor. And this is where I'm going to be putting some streetscapes. So this is going to keep the community in mind, and it's going to celebrate a diverse, rich snapshot of the Bronx neighborhood character in both past and in present. The streetscapes I depict will reflect the pride and the hopeful future that a community center brings to the neighborhood. Each storefront's going to be kind of like a portal that emerges along the track. So what my real like what I like to picture with this artwork is somebody's like on the second floor running, endorphins are going off, and they get an idea for a small business. And then this facility has meeting rooms, and maybe they're meeting up with people in the facility, and this sort of creates a community place to do these sorts of things. I mean, a facility like this in a neighborhood is a game changer. I'm raising 2 kids here. They're teenagers now. I know how important it is to have a place, to have after school, to have study group, to be able to meet with people when you have a new idea for a business. And all of those things are going to be happening in this Soundview Recreation Facility. So you'll see here, there's going to be like this mosaic mural along this wall. I'm using a durable material because it's an area of lots of activity. This is the second location. You can kind of get a general idea. This is a real snapshot of like, each business being a portal, like a bake shop or a bookstore or, florist. Here's kind of a detail of like, to give you an idea of the way I'm going to render things, like the objects and the things inside. So I'm inspired by small businesses. New York City has a history of having small businesses. The small businesses are like an idiosyncratic expression of the people and the community. And my research process is to go around Soundview, to look at the businesses, to also go into the historical record. A large area of this park was historically agrarian, and then there were Quonset huts in the 50s. The history is really interesting of this area. But going back into like the tax records and looking at the photos of businesses from, the 1920s, even late 19th century, you'll find some streets. I'm also going to meet with some locals and talk about like what businesses would they want to see. Like you do a Google search for a bookstore and nothing comes up. I want to hear more about that. And I want to know what people in the community want to see. I feel like those are going to be like jumping off points for selecting like the subject of the portal. I also want to ask people about experiences in the park. Like, is there a tree where someone proposed to them? Is there a bench where they made a big confession? I don't know. I want to see what I can get from some stories and just meet some people, talk about the park. Okay, so I'm going to work with an established fabricator who is, I'm in conversation with 3 of them, and they've all done projects in the MTA and for 1%. I'll be getting samples and going through the process. I've done a studio visit with one so far. My type of image making translates pretty easily to this kind of medium. You can see that I want to use a very bright colored palette that's like uplifting and creating this space. These are some maintenance recommendations that I got from the fabricators and put together here. It's pretty simple. And then here is the recap of the 3 spaces. I think, and then that's it. Thank you so much for giving me your time. I appreciate it.
Do we have any testimony?
No.
Okay. And no testimony online?
Yes, we do not have anyone signed up for remote testimony, but is anyone within the Teams room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature. I'm not seeing any hands, so we are okay to proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Yeah, please.
I just had a question. So first of all, I think these are very beautiful and exciting to see how it develops.
Thank you.
My question just has to do with the integration with the architecture in your project. So the building, I'm talking about the running track now. The running track has curves. The room has curves, but I think in your plan you have sort of disconnected segments of these storefronts.
Right,
So,
right.
I don't know. Do you have the opportunity to kind of bring it around the
Yeah, it
corner,
is possible.
or you're not interested in that, or?
No, I am interested, and it's technically possible. When I met with Mayor, who's a fabricator that does a lot of mosaics around New York City, they said a curved wall is completely possible. So obviously this is a large project and we're going to kind of pick and choose what we can realize, like along, practical considerations. But yes, a curved wall is definitely as a possibility.
Thank you.
My question is about the materials and well, what material is that? The part that people run by and can touch, as opposed to the parts that are up above. I mean, I love the combination of the marquetry and the imagery and all that, but I don't understand how the finished product physically feels or is
Right.
attainable.
So anything that's within touch would be either stone, glass, or mosaic. And then we have talked about integrating some marquetry parts if they are out of reach, and technically how that works also for maintenance. And so there's still some questions about that, but what goes along the running track is definitely a durable mosaic or stone glass material.
And also you paint.
I paint, yeah.
Okay, on that too.
Well, if I painted, they have a technique they can use where I can paint, but I will paint with pigments that fuse onto glass,
Right.
which is very exciting. But much more durable than oil or acrylic.
I think is incredibly exciting. I love the project and the content of the project and the inspiration. And I especially really appreciate the drawings, the paintings here that are showing the interior of the building instead of putting them in the renderings of the architect.
Right, right.
So you're kind of creating the space already for yourself. I just think these are fantastic.
Yeah, it's how I can think, like painting it out.
No, it really.
The drawings are great as opposed to rendering.
And then I just also think that the work, from what I see, what you're showing us, I appreciate it, compared with the kind of contrast to the building is very powerful, because the building is somewhat minimal, contemporary and minimal, right? But also reflective of the landscape and
right. They're very concerned
materiality.
That,
yes. So, but then this inside just is, I don't know, I think it's a very powerful complement to the building. It seems as if it will be, I should say. So I'm excited about that.
Thank you. I think they did a good job, like sort of creating these spaces for artwork in their design.
Yeah, I think it's.
I just want to say, I really appreciate the work that you put into making this work and that it feels grounded in the place. And that I like that communities are handmade and your artwork is handmade. Even the fabricator's still going to have to do this sort of craft element of making it in a handmade, chiseled, small, tiny brick and stone. So that all feels great. My only question about any of this was this entranceway where you have the painting there and you see the light is coming in. When people look up, they'll be blinded. They won't see your painting. So what I was questioning is whether or not that could be stained glass of some sort, so that you could work with the light and the light wouldn't work against you.
Right,
And it would still be the same concept because you're still making tile pieces.
I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about it being backlit and not being seen. So this has come up with the architects because I did another project that had a little window underneath. But I think I might have gotten a little like, this is rendered through me.
Yeah, no,
and
so I don't.
So
So that was the other question. Like, if it's set against a southern exposure, then it's much harder to see the work.
Right. So
I don't know if it's northern exposure.
Right, then it's going to be different.
Yeah.
Totally. We have some. Wait, are they? Oh wait, are these?
Oh, that's the code.
We had those light modeling renderings, because this is a concern that I want to work on with the architects, and they have provided. I thought they would be in this one, but
Because my concern was if it is southern facing,
Yeah.
you may need to make some adjustment, but it could be part of someone else's budget to make it so that you could be back, so that
Yeah.
the space could allow you to make stained glass. And it's somebody else is framing out the window. It's no difference in cost. They're just making a space for you to have a pane to put in.
yeah, I hear what
And
you're saying.
that's a sun study.
I think it's face east, right? Does it? Yeah, it's east west facing.
So it's
So you're gonna get
it's set, so you get morning light.
Showing
Yeah, okay. This is good. This is
Because I think Metcalf Avenue runs north-south, right? And then, so the building is going to be facing
so
Metcalf, so.
if you want to use it in this location, from the studies that I'm seeing here, in the morning, you're gonna get direct light, but nobody's in there at 9 a.m. And before 9 a.m., you might have people going in the, but
Yeah,
if that, then you still need to really consider the lighting of that one.
yeah,
Do
definitely.
you know what I mean? Like
Totally.
how much light? Because then if this is east facing, the whole day it's in the dark, and then you definitely still will need a direct light on it.
Yeah, I think that they have this recessed lighting and, yeah. Okay, wait, here. Also, I think that it's like the setback of the window is like a few feet from the artwork. There was
I don't think it'll be in direct light, and that's not my concern. My concern is that glare is undefeated.
Right, yeah, and you can't look at it.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I share your concern.
And then if that is a thing, is there a screen that they could put on that window even? So that you could take some of the glare off. You know?
Right,
Like
yeah.
there has to be some concession for this to work. And
What is that? Oh, it looks like.
Well,
in the
that's the thing.
plan, if you go to that appendix, you had
in the
the
appendix,
appendix slide. The other way was the plan of the reflected ceiling plan.
yeah.
I think if you go forward, hit forward and back.
Yeah.
In the appendix,
There, this one.
Okay.
This drawing, what number?
yeah,
is that?
it's
So this is a cove, a recess.
recessed
what is
light
that
cove,
circle?
concealed air return. Page 43. Yeah, I don't.
What is that? Yeah, what is that on the ceiling? What is that circular thing?
It's
It's
just-
a light fixture? Okay.
And then below the artwork is also.
Oh, so that's where the, it's just trying to understand.
I see. That's
See,
that's actually a fixture.
there's
That's a light
fixture
fixture.
here, but then above it, there's also.
So there's a light fixture beneath the artwork, and then there's a light fixture above the artwork. So that's hard to tell. So, but I don't know. I'm not concerned that it be washed out by either natural light, because it's like it's tile pieces and stone. So I don't think it's gonna be washed out. But I am concerned that it won't be able to be seen without some concession for like, you have to have somebody who will adjust that light to your work.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was really my only concern. And then, I mean, in every other way, like if the only thing is this technical thing about how to light it, but then you're in a good shape.
Right. No, I think going into meetings with Snow Hedda, this is the conversation, and I'm sure that they're going to be very sensitive to this too,
Yeah.
because.
And it may be that you ask them that there be some provision to have a focused light on that work.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's enough.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
I think that's enough of that's not a big ask.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're making this whole building and everything. Could I get a light?
This record seems to suggest they're doing that. It looks like it's being lit from below.
Yeah, but
that might not be the best thing.
that
That's not gonna be good. That's gonna.
It's gonna be straight up.
it will be weird.
You wanna be on that.
And also, like, what'll happen is it'll make the work look concave because you're getting this super light strong from top and super strong light from the bottom, and then this little band in the middle will be kind of like, it'll be weird.
Well, they
Okay.
have a lighting designer.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, they do
So
have a lighting
you could
designer.
work with The lighting designer.
Yes.
Yeah, I will be bugging them.
Yes, yes, and I suggest, and I would suggest not this uplight and just a fixture that can be focused on that work.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. From the rear, from the wall that faces it, from over here.
Sure, they've got
Yeah.
excellent lighting designer.
Yes, a professional.
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, and I don't know that they put that light there for your use per se, but it does delineate that there's this space, but that doesn't necessarily help you.
Okay.
So we want to help you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be on it. We'll definitely make sure that we can have this lit in a way that really sets off the artwork and does not obscure it. Because
Yeah.
that would be really too bad, because it's gonna be a lot of work.
The thing is though, at 7 a.m.,
Right.
no one will see it. That's the only time of the day where no amount of lighting you're going to do is going to help people to see this work. But at 7 a.m., people are not looking at art.
Right, because they're so tired and they're like, I can't believe I'm working out right now.
Oh, yeah, they're not. It's not their concern. On the way out after working out, they go, "Oh, look at that part." Work. What?
It'll cheer you up if you have to.
True enough. True enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the way out.
Then they'll get a glimpse of it.
Yeah.
If their workout is long enough.
You never know.
You know.
Yeah, but
I'm not here to judge that.
I'm not judging. I'm not judging.
Allison, I have two questions, they're more like comment. The storefronts along the running track, are they like at eye level, sort of like, it's like as though you could enter them? Is it like
Yes.
Tom Floyd?
Yes, like trompe l'oeil, life size, like your scale. Like when I make the drawings, I will draw them like 1-to-1 with what the mosaicist is gonna work on so that I can feel how they're gonna feel.
Okay, that,
Yeah.
I just didn't understand that. And then my other question is, so the work along the running track and the work above the door are very different in terms of content.
Right, it's these two separate systems. I mean, they're both sort of in danger, and there are, like, we all know what's happening with ecosystems, and then we know what's happening with the small business, like the streetscapes and the ecosystem of that. So I feel like they're tied together because they are something we need to cherish and think about.
Does it matter to you if viewers of it don't understand that connection and they just see like one's about nature and the other one's about stores? I mean, it doesn't matter to me really, but I'm just wondering if it matters to you because I don't know that people would understand that.
I can never control my viewer. So
of course,
I'm just like, I mean, for me, it's like, what is the city? The city is the streetscape, but it's also the parks. And having both of those experiences are like what makes me love this city. And I think probably a lot of people, if they don't make the connection, it's fine. Like,
Yeah,
there's
that's what I'm
like,
asking.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And then is that the actual image of what it will be?
No, that's just like a mock-up experimenting collage with gouache.
I just wanted to add something. It's just for my own sake.
Yes.
Some of my favorite artworks are Raphael's cartoons that he made 100% scale for people to do exactly what you're doing right now. So he was going to make tapestries, and so he made the 100% cartoons at the scale of 1-to-1 for this, for the tapestries.
Yeah, no, his process is very, like, all the drawing and all the states of drawing are very important, but yeah, the 1-to-1 is a good thing. I mean, you know, I end up with all these huge pieces of paper. And I do a purge sometimes, but you know.
There's something kind of fun about the storefronts on a running track because it's like you're moving through space with your body, so having something that's life scale.
Yeah.
There's a kind of visual joke to that I think will be sort of delightful for people as they're running.
Just to get a little personal, I was running up until like a few years ago. That was my thing. I ran around and I always kept an eye on the businesses. And then I had a neck injury, so I don't run anymore. And I thought about trying to run on a track and it was too boring. It's not in your system. It's not in the city system. Because for me, running was all about keeping an eye on the city. I think exercising is really boring and necessary. So yeah.
People would agree with you.
But yeah, so.
All right, any more comments?
Thank you so much.
Okay, so can someone move for a vote, which I did not have to let? You have-
Second.
Conceptual review for the installation of a vision of the past, present, and hopeful future by Allison Elizabeth Taylor, located in Soundview Park Recreation Center in Soundview Park, located at Lafayette Avenue between Morrison Avenue and Metcalf Avenue in the Bronx. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Consent Armstead,
Absolute approval.
Chen,
Approve.
Lori Hawkinson,
Approve.
Carrie Maloney,
Approve.
Ellen Taubman.
Approve.
I also approve, so let the record show that your work is unanimously approved, and congratulations. Begin the committee meeting with a conceptual review of the construction of a broadcasting facility, including the construction of an addition to an existing broadcasting facility and adjacent site work for the U.S. Tennis Association's Billie Jean King National Tennis Center located in Flushing Meadows, Corona Park in Flushing, Queens. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today per standard committee meeting procedure. And you may begin. Welcome, Danny.
Thank you. Hi. Just by introduction, my name is Daniel Zausner. I'm the COO of the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. I've had the great honor of being before the commission many times for various projects over the years. Today, as mentioned, we will focus exclusively on the broadcast building. Okay. And give everybody a little perspective on what we're talking about here. So in the past, when we've been to the commission for Arthur Ashe Stadium roof, for Louis Armstrong in 2018, the new grandstand court, as well as the whole realignment of our South LA on the campus. At that time, within about a year or two after that, we came for the broadcast building that was built in 2019. And then since that time, subsequent to that, we also came to you about the complete renovation on the interior of Arthur Ashe Stadium, a refacing on all four sides of the building, as well as our 4-story player performance center. Both of these projects are under construction as we speak and will be completed for 2027. Obviously, we host the US Open every single year, So it's kind of start and stop before and after the open. Give you a little bit of a perspective. So this is before we really started the project. So now if you came out, you see a 2-story parking garage and then a 2-story player performance center in that area here. You'd see this completely refaced on all 4 sides of the building. And as I just mentioned, this is around 2019 or so. So you would see the completed South Campus grandstand and the new Armstrong building. So specific to the broadcast building, as I mentioned, this is the building that opened a couple of years ago. What does broadcast mean for us at the US Open? 3 main sources of revenue for the US Open is from ticketing, broadcast, and sponsorship. We are in a great position as the Open continues to grow over time. We are broadcasting now to over 200 countries. Specific to this year's US Open, this will be the first year that the USTA will become what's called the host broadcaster, which means that we're responsible for the entire production. It had been done for the last 10 years by ESPN. They're still our domestic broadcast partner, but we'll actually be providing them the feed as opposed to them providing it to all other 200 countries that are involved. So as I mentioned, there have been years in the past where, depending on who players were, dictated which countries wanted to come out and actually broadcast on site or participate in the Open. But as the event and all the Grand Slam tournaments in general grow in popularity, it almost doesn't matter where the players are from. Everybody wants to broadcast. Everybody wants to come on site. So the needs technology-wise have grown dramatically. And we earmarked when we came to the commission back in 2017 and 18 about this project, that ultimately we knew that this building was going to expand to this footprint. And we knew that there'd be a need to come over on this west side as well. How much we didn't really know at that time. So we've continued to evolve the process, and ultimately what we're coming back to talk to you about is the expansion here, as we talked about in the past, 2-story. This building is a 2-story building. So we'll be expanding to what's our substation and chiller building here. So basically cover this entire footprint. And then on this side, we're going to come out to about this location here with a 3-story structure. Okay, and just a couple of slides, and I'm going to turn it over to Sandy Friesen from HOK Rossetti, who's the designer on this project. This will give you a view from the Meridian Circle looking east. This is Armstrong Stadium over here. This is the existing 2-story building that I just mentioned. So this area over here would be the 3-story, and then on the far end will be the 2-story. This area right over here, which is parking lot A, adjacent to Arthur Ashe Stadium, is currently where we're building the 2-story parking lot and the Player Performance Center. And then just looking from the east heading west, again, the 2-story building. This is currently a 2-story trailer building that we built for one of our partners, ESPN, that will get replaced with the extension of this building to this footprint. And you can see it better here from the east looking west towards that structure. And then down on the far end is where the 3-story will go. And this is a technology building where everything emanates in and out of that stays in place. And quite frankly, I see us in a couple of years coming back to you to talk to you about a permanent structure for there as well, but we'll save that for another day. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Sandy, and then obviously I'm here for questions.
As Danny said, Sandy Friesen with HOK Rossetti, architect on the job. This is one additional photograph on the west side, Meridian running north-south to the circle, and building is down to the east here. So as you look at the massing, the intent was, we'll show you more on the elevations, but the intent was to keep this pretty similar and extend and be minimally impactful to kind of the streetscape here. And as Danny showed, the original, in 2012, the red plan was kind of what we had sort of earmarked as the amount of space we were going to need. The technology needs that are coming along now, we need to go a little further to the east or to the west, but otherwise within the footprint that we showed. From a circulation standpoint, there's kind of a during the event and not during the event. So this is in the off season. These buildings are not really used during the off season. So even though we do show a little bit of circulation at the crosswalks, there's very little use of these circulation paths during the, not during the event. And then during the event, NYPD blocks off the end of the road here. So the only circulation that gets through here is there's a little bit of VIP circulation into the garage. The only vehicles that come past this drive here are tournament vehicles that are familiar with the system and understand the space. So that's where you do get a little bit of circulation across on this area, but again, very little vehicular interaction through there. Programming, I won't get really granular in here, but again, it's mostly technology spaces and office spaces. And what you can see mostly with the colors here is the different tenants, as Danny said, there's USTA, there's ESPN, there's international broadcasters. They're all sort of independent of each other. So there's very little circulation between the two buildings. And we'll talk about that in the elevation. And then just showing you in a large plan, each of these floors, because they're independent tenants, you can see are all self-sustaining. They only have their own bathrooms and elevators and stairs. So this space, for example, is completely self-sustained within each floor plan section. Thank you. Then the third, so that was the first and second floor on the west building. This is the third floor on the west building, as well as the roof plan. There's some mechanical equipment on the roof that's screened off. It's similar to the existing building you'll see on the images. And then the east expansion, again, the existing building is just off the image to the left here. And so this is a continuation of the existing building, same materiality, same size, et cetera. So there's some enlarged elevations where I'll talk a little bit more about the materiality, but you can kind of see the entirety of the space. Big difference, most of these spaces being technology production. There's a lot of limitation on daylighting and things they need to control a lot of that. That's why the existing building actually has no windows on the upper level. As this is developed with some more office spaces, circulation, some other things, we have been able to kind of strategically put some fenestration in. And what you can see here, these vertical ribbon windows are taken from other buildings on campus like Armstrong and Ticket Building. So it matches the same strategy we've done elsewhere on campus. Materially, exactly the same as the existing building. There's a corrugated metal panel on the upper and lower, just two different colors, two different orientations. Ribbon glass along the first level as much as we could. And then again, sort of the strategic glazing on the upper levels. And then interiorly, the program, the way the program areas are separated, same kind of idea, separate tenants on each level. And then this is the east expansion going where Danny said between the existing building and the substation. Again, generally seamless, same materials on the tops as the bottom, just started adding some more fenestration where we could. And again, two different tenants, top and bottom. And then Sid Burke from RGR, just talk a little bit to the planting. Microphone right there, just to the right. Yes. I'll come back on the renderings.
Hello. Yes, so I'm the landscape architect from RGR Landscape, Sid Burke. So we originally did the broadcast building, the existing portion, and we planted trees 18 feet on center, columnar or fastigiate trees. In this project, the two red trees are trees that we need to remove for the footprint of the new building. So this is the planting plan for the west portion, and the Parks Department requested that we extend the design all the way to the circle. So at the circle, we're filling in with another cherry tree on the site, and we're having some plantings of hydrangeas behind it and ornamental grasses as well. Along the western expansion, we're more or less replicating the original scheme of the existing building with fastigiate regal oak trees, and they're planted 18 feet on center. The palette is a native palette. We're using it some for stormwater, so it's really like mostly coastal things like Carolina rose, bayberry, inkberry, and some grasses like little bluestem and switchgrass. This is the east expansion, and similarly, it's that same planting palette and pattern of the trees. As I said, the trees we're using the Regal Prince Oak, and we're having some evergreens of the Eastern Red Cedar. The shrubs are the coastal, as I said, Inkberry, Bayberry, Potentilla, and Carolina Rose. And then we have some perennials and grasses.
Equal to healthiness. So then looking at just in 3 dimensions, you can kind of see this is zoomed out from the west entry to the site. And we tried to complete the circle. So this is the south side of the road. The right side of the road here is the Player Performance Center that was approved previously. And we've just kind of continued that around to complete the circle as you enter into campus. Then as you zoom in a little bit, there's this, as we were talking about the circulation, we've got sort of this really strong circulation on the south side with kind of a nice pedestrian realm and some plantings and a generous sidewalk to create that pathway. We also introduced on one of the earlier slides, there's this timber rail that kind of runs along Meridian here, kind of to the right of this image, to guide people across the street and into this pedestrian realm on the south side of the road. This image just shows there was a request, I think, from the commission about seeing it without the planting. We're not proposing not doing the planting, just so you could kind of see the building itself without the planting in the way. And then similarly zoomed in. So again, just showing the building itself. And then as you reverse from the other side, the main point on this is the seamless, the existing building essentially lines right here. So it's seamless as it continues to the east. Continuing the planting, actually the road is a little off from the building, so this actually grows a little bit. So it's a little bit more space here, and then further on the west building, the building steps back a little bit because the way the road is sort of drifting a little bit. And then we introduced this folded metal panel ACM piece to kind of frame the building as a whole. And then again, just without the plantings to see the building without it. And then contextually, so this is all of the US Open campus. So all the materials that you've seen, the corrugated metal, the silver, the charcoal, the ACM panels, the butt glazed storefronts. And again, these vertical ribbon windows on the ticket building and the existing building as it sits today. So all of that materiality comes from the campus for this level of building. When the original master plan set out sort of a hierarchy of building type, and this hierarchy all lives in the same material palette. And then just vignettes of each. So the metal panel, or the corrugated, the metal panel, the butt glazed. There is some spandrel glass at the levels. And the only thing that's different from the original building is a newer requirement for the bird glazing that the original building didn't have. So we've introduced that. This is the same bird glazing that was approved for the Player Performance Center. So it'll be continuous with that. So with that, I think stand on this image. Any questions?
Thank you. Let's start talking about the landscape just as you put this picture up. So, and I don't know if the gentleman who's the landscape architect wants to come. Were you saying that the row of trees in front of, between the structure and the street is Fastigiate oak?
Yeah, these are columnar or regal prince oak.
And you would continue that?
Yes.
So they're deciduous?
Yes, they're deciduous trees. They're interspaced with some eastern red cedar.
And that's what you have down? That's what's already there? That
yes,
mix?
In front of the existing building, it's that same pattern of the regal prince oak and the.
Pardon me? Yeah, do you have a photo?
Yeah, there's a photo and I'll just get a.
That's it now. So those are all cedars?
No, these are the regal prince oak.
Oh, yeah. And how, I guess we were wondering is like, if you have, we understand that the program for the building at that ground level, they don't want visual access. But what we're wondering is like, then it's just a very odd condition to have like a wall of plants right up against the building like that. And then some of them are evergreen, some not. And then why have the glazing? I'm like sort of mystified by the landscape, the relationship of that planting to the program.
I mean, mostly we were trying to make it the whole street be a green corridor. And so we had a limited amount of space, like either 5 to 7 feet between the building and the curb. So because of the roadway and everything, we couldn't really plant a regular shade tree, would grow into the building. So we wanted to green it as much as possible with the fastigiate or columnar
I
trees.
see.
And also, in reality, you know, when you view it on an angle, you see it all closed up. But when you're there in person and to the people in the building, the light is still coming through and everything. So it provides plenty of light for them. You know, obviously, you know, I wasn't trying to emphasize the architecture, which I think is one of your points. And that's a fair point. But we were just looking at the street overall and trying to make it more green and continue the pattern that we had set with the original building.
Okay, can we go back to that image, the one that shows, that one was okay, either one, whatever shows that there, that's fine.
Mhm.
So I'm now understanding this better. It's less about providing privacy because they're deciduous and they're not going to provide privacy for a good chunk of
And the
year.
people are not using it in the winter time. They're only using it at the event. So it's
That's
really
true,
trying to
yeah.
plan it for when the event is there, the things that will bloom will be that time.
And I think in our response to some of the earlier questions, we did provide a picture from inside, and you can see that they're still getting a lot of natural daylight in because there's a lot of filtration. It works really nicely. Actually, the people that were using that building this summer had the lights off most of the time. You're getting a lot of daylight through, but you're blocking, especially at like pedestrian level, you're not seeing the cars driving by,
Yeah,
that kind
right.
of thing. So it's a very comfortable space, and they're still getting a lot of daylight in there.
And then how will you decide like cedar and oak, fastigiate oak are like very different in their density, their texture, the way they grow over time. How would you decide what to put where?
I have a picture that I brought it.
Like an odd.
Sorry, they're just like the oaks are spaced at 18 feet on center, and intermittently the cedar are spaced between them, like at 9 feet away from them.
So how will that work?
I can hold it.
Can you show the plan?
Oh, sorry.
Is the idea that the cedar would grow up as a kind
This
of
one?
secondary wall? Or are they like, kind of like small varieties or, I guess I'm just trying to understand what it will be formally.
And this is a picture of it in the winter.
I see.
So, you know.
Why do you need the cedars?
I
me
was,
they're kind of-
I was trying to provide something that was evergreen through the course of it.
I see. Yeah, let's take, I'm curious if others have thoughts about it.
And then if you go to the,
Because there's a kind of an elegance to the bone structure of the oaks as they drop their leaves.
right.
And the cedars sort of pop out as like these Christmas tree-like figures, which I understand the desire for,
Yeah.
just a little.
Cedars are already there on one side. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Right?
There are some cedars like
Continuing them,
between
yeah.
here, but not between every oak. It's just interspaced. And I tried to thin them out more on this planting plan, so there less of them and there is more switchgrass between them.
But the
But to
building,
your, I mean, to your point, if you thought it was cleaner without the cedar, we could certainly consider that.
and the building on the left has more glazing. Is that true on the lower level?
They all have this, they're all,
That same,
the
first
grade level
floor,
has glazing,
that
continuous
glazing,
glazing and all.
that was the whole thing.
Yeah,
right?
on-
Yeah, because it
on all three
repeats. Okay.
buildings.
So the reason that there's glazing, so that there's not lights, there's not windows, there's not fenestration on the upper levels because these are like video production spaces. People are going to be doing editing and it's hardcore drone work.
Yeah. In the existing building,
Yeah.
that was all technical space and office space was on the bottom, so that's why
And
it's different.
Servers and
Correct.
and all kinds of stuff. And so the bottom level, people are there taking meetings, doing interviews. I'm just trying to understand why they.
Circulation corridor.
Yeah, well, it's like on the bottom level where there's natural light, you're saying the lights were out. You're saying people are working in there and the lights were out. So that's more like an office space where people need natural light.
Yes.
But they need not to have, to me, it seems like the, I mean, to have it change with the cedar, the change is so stark, like when they're all in green, then it's quite pleasurable. But when it's out of season, then it looks uninviting.
Shabby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks like some of them have died. because they have the same shape form, the oak, and there are not that many oaks that actually have that sort of columnar body, you know. That it seems like some of them have died. But I also take your point that like in the season when people use it, they're all good and they're golden. And when no one's using it, doesn't matter. But I think I would, if it were me, I would prefer one contiguous look and feel.
Is this a rendering or is this?
No, that's the actual photo.
So where are the cedars in this image?
There, as I said, there are not
Oh, I
that
see.
many of them.
There's a
Yeah,
couple like.
yeah, right.
And you have like the sumac and whatever.
Mhm.
I see. I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like,
Yeah, but
whatever. Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
I agree with you that I think that's odd.
it just takes a little bit odd. But other than that, the building is completely fine. It seems like it's absolutely suited for what you needed to do. Yay.
So let's finish the landscape and then we'll move on to the,
Yeah.
this is not gonna take long at all. Can we look at the little yard next to it?
Oh, the gap.
Right near the adjacent.
Yeah, that, yeah. So in the corner there, you have on the left in this image, you have like a little bed with, I guess what we were wondering is, does that need to be a lawn? It seems like an odd, you're doing the sumac planting and maybe you have an answer to that.
I do. So it's a very fair question, and ideally it wouldn't be. But it just so happens that during the tournament for that let's say 4-week period where the police set up their barricades there and every truck and vehicle gets inspected, that ends up being where they house themselves.
Oh,
So
I
they
see.
set up a hut there and there's a couple of vehicles there and there's.
It needs to be occupiable.
So the commitment we've always made to parks with that specific space, because we knew it would come up, is whatever damage might end up happening there from the police while they're there, we fix in the fall and it
I
looks
see.
good.
All right.
So that's the
Because we
point.
were thinking, why not just extend that herbaceous planting
Yeah.
possibly being more.
100%.
All right, fine. And then the last comment is the split rail fence. I know you had said that exists elsewhere in Flushing Meadow Park. We were just asking if it because you're so far from the rest of the park here. Right, there you go. Oh, so it is in that part of the land.
So, right, I was just talking about that quarter's here.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
This rail is coming up,
Okay.
just like this one is here.
It seemed very acontextual in the other images, but now that I'm seeing this, so fine. Okay, so that's all comments that I have about the landscape. I kind of feel like we don't feel that strongly about this, but to me, this,
Message heard.
you know,
We can solve that.
yeah. But let's move on to the building.
One more landscape comment. Do you have a landscape comment? No. Oh, can you go to the rendering, please? Am I reading it correctly that there's no sidewalk? I mean, you have crosswalks, but there's no sidewalk parallel to the front of
On the north side, no.
on the north side.
Correct. That's why we pushed everybody across to the south.
Which will
Okay.
come to the.
Okay, so-
entrance and all that.
Through
Right,
this
so it's like-
entire roadway, all the way down to the other end of the park, there's no sidewalk on the north
Right.
end, only
Okay,
on the
so
south.
normally that would be a odd situation or potentially unsafe situation, but I see that, I mean, this is a purpose-built building for a very particular circumstance. When it is used, you're saying the police close us off and it's essentially like a pedestrianized route, right?
Yeah, it's
With
credentials
occasional
only and
vehicles.
And there's people, the security people at each one of the crosswalks
Okay,
as well.
and you're trying to maximize the width of the building. That's why you're not adding a side. I guess
Correct.
I'm just thinking if it ever goes to a different function or you start using it when it's not during the open and people are using that building and
That's a
the
good
road's
point.
not closed off by the police, I'm just sort of highlighting that's somewhat odd. I mean, because
So
you have like
the-
mid-block crosswalks, you don't have a sidewalk, you
Yeah.
have, these trees that are obscuring people, crossing through. So I'm just,
So the,
I mean,
the
that's
good
not-
news from Parks perspective is that, we host the open only during those 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And from a production perspective, these people come and go to every other event in the world. So they're not spending all there's no opportunity for it to expand into a need for broadcast 50,000 square feet year round.
Right.
So the intent was always about the needs of the open. And
But you're
the rest.
you're not, like at other times of the year when it's not there, you're not like using that space because, oh, this is a great building, like there's office space here, people can have meetings.
So myself, actually, because Arthur Ashe is in construction now, I worked out of there, so I got to actually have a window for the first time in my career there, but
Yeah.
that's a story for a different day. But the reality is, it's a handful of people. It's like 4 or 5 of us that would work out of a space that would go across the street.
Anyway,
So
I would
it's
just
not
sort
for the
of point
masses.
out, just it's.
No, it's a good
sort of
point.
Safety thing for people who are less familiar with.
I would also say,
Is to not have a sidewalk, that's.
not that you'll see it in this image, but to your point about when people are coming and going, the lobby area doesn't have the columnar trees right on top of it. So when you come down that ramp, there is an open space on both sides where you can see.
Get good
going.
visibility.
And we did actually on the existing building added, the vestibule was dropped a little bit, so there's space before you come out from the building. And then there's a railing at the curb also, so you kind of get a chance to get your bearings and look up and down the road. And like, as Danny said, the trees are kind of set back a little bit. So you can't just walk straight out and just right into the road. You have to kind of take a look.
I just want to ask about the space between the two buildings in plan. So the new guy and the existing guy. It's kind of an odd dimension. And then when I zoom into it, I just zooming in, you get this, I was just worried like stuff gets trapped in there and I don't know, it just seems like not either should be touching or it should be a little more general.
Right.
I don't know. Can you talk about this?
Of course. So it's about 6.5 feet between the two buildings right now. There's a couple reasons without getting too technical, but basically because of the soil conditions out there, the existing building is on a shallow foundation. The new building being taller had to be on a deep foundation, so they're going to settle a little differently. We would have loved to marry the two up. Yeah, we actually did explore originally on how we could marry it up to make one building, but the settlement was going to be a problem over time. And they're set apart enough that they do have egress, but mainly egress between the two. This is in the floodplain, so there is a requirement for an elevated exit. So those are actually elevated egress stairs. And the main reason to not make it bigger is we were trying to maintain as much of the green space at the far west end that we were just talking to. If we were to spread them apart, we would be encroaching upon that green space at the far west end. So it is functional. It is not regular circulation. It's egress only. On the upper level, there is some amount of because this elevator is right here, there may be on the load in and load out days a little bit of utilitarian circulation there, but again, the way the tenants are separated, nobody's going between the buildings on a regular day.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have one more question, but anyone else before can we look at the entrance from, okay, so I'm understanding the use of this. Basically, there's a kind of onslaught of journalists who are like coming just during the games and they're going to go and use these offices, right?
And production facilities.
And production.
Yeah, primarily not journalists, but broadcast partners.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm coming out of Arthur Ashe or from the west. Where am I entering?
Where are you entering the new building?
Yeah. Or any of them really.
So.
Right. Like what's the circulation that you would
You'd speak better to where they're coming from for sure.
So obviously as the main venue for the tournament, Arthur Ashe Stadium, their access is really through the loading dock area here. So this is the main entrance to this building and they'll go either to here or to there. Or they'll come down the sidewalk and they'll enter to this building here. But, truth be told, of the hundreds of people working in this building during the tournament, this is where they work. They rarely leave it. They go home at night, basically.
So they're not coming from Arthur Ashe. Where are they coming from?
Where they might be parking in a parking lot here, coming down here, or a lot of them come by bus and they get dropped off here.
So they're going to walk down that street, which
Down the sidewalk.
when games are going on, it's like a pedestrians only. So that's the sidewalk to Betty's point.
Yes.
Well, and I think to the clarification, even on the journalist comment, to Danny's point, these are this is mostly their offices and
It's the
they're
back of house.
there most of the time. It's not like talent and production and staff that are coming in and out and going out to the courts and coming back. I mean, there's a little bit of circulation, but generally speaking, these people come in the morning, they're there all day, they leave,
Okay.
minus a lunch break in the middle. kind of
That's
thing.
helpful, because I was imagining that people would go back and forth,
Right.
but you're saying that's not the case.
They never mix with Gen Pop. They're all, they're all back of house folk.
Yes.
So it's like they're on a call with somebody and they send them the video, but they don't ever even
Very
show
true.
them. Yeah.
Correct.
Because why I'm asking those questions is when you look at, and I don't know if you have do you have an elevation that shows that whole south side of the
Yeah.
building? There you go. I think this is very telling, actually. And maybe this doesn't matter to you, but to me, it all looks like back of house. Like it's very hard, and maybe the planting plan will help. But it's like, I feel like if I was going there for the first time, I would be very confused about where to go, where to enter, like, because it doesn't look like there's an entrance.
Yeah, I think two things about that. A, you're right on the planting and that the planting kind of stops here and stops here. So it kind of creates a reveal saying here to here.
Yeah.
And then also line drawing doesn't do this a lot of justice in that, that whole lower level is glass with, offices and lights and things like that. So it feels much more activated behind this lacy green space. So yeah, the elevation is a little stark as far as that's concerned, but I think it's just the way the image is reading to you. I think
So
in
you
general,
don't feel like, if I'm a new tech person, because every year there will be probably a few dozen people who've
Sure.
never been there before, they're not going to get lost, is what I'm asking.
no, I don't think, I mean, you live it, but I don't think.
No, I don't think that's the case at all. I'm not concerned about that at least. Obviously, we have temporary signage that goes up here. They get information in advance that tells them, hey, you're with, whatever it might be, the Chinese broadcast agency or
Exactly.
whatever country
Yeah.
from. You're going to either the international building, you're going to the ESPN lobby building, you're going to the USTA building.
So that signage is, like, let's say I'm coming from the subway, right, or the bus, whatever. So I'm going to walk from the north, I guess, right?
Yeah, but to answer that question, I would tell you 95% of the people that are working in this are coming from out of town and they're staying in hotels that are arranged by our broadcast. And so they're all getting shuttled in and they know exactly.
Okay, they'll get dropped off.
Yeah.
So the first day I get dropped off, how do I know where to go?
You've been told ahead of time that you're working, you've gotten your credentials, you know exactly where to go.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to like wander into the
No.
street, and I have a horrible sense of direction, and I'm imagining like I'm walking on the street, I'm like, is this where I'm supposed to be? Like, there's nothing that indicates you have arrived, I guess.
Yeah,
is what I'm
but
trying to say.
TV production is a small army and they do logistics like this all the time.
Yeah.
They're always forwarding bridges.
That's why.
So my studio is next to TV production in Greenpoint. And so they had started to make production so that people could come in and do these TV shows in New York. And so they're always shuttling people in and out. And then they have like a whole crew of people who go, you go there. There's like a whole team of those people.
All right.
So it's like, but they also live there. And they,
And to the point that once wherever they're going, they're kind of there the whole time. So after the first day, there's really no question of where they need to go. It's not like they're going to different places.
So for the, that building on the right,
Mhm.
the entrance is in the center, is that it's in the center building?
Correct,
Right,
because this building is a continuous building once it's expanded.
And that one, there's that one entrance. So what happens in the case of an emergency? So, I mean, because those are long buildings, these look like small entrances.
There's fire egress on each end, so there's egress at this end. There's egress from both buildings between, this is a little blurry, but this is the stair coming in from both sides.
Got it.
And there's
okay.
an additional egress at this end.
Ah.
So the building. So this corridor, there's egress and there's
Got
the
it.
door there.
Yeah.
All the way through, doors there, and at the end.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? I think that you've answered all our questions.
Right.
And, that's very helpful. I think when you come back next time, we would just give some thought to the landscape, which I know you will,
Mhm.
think about, what we can do about that. Because the rest of the place, with all the work you're doing, is going to be magnificent.
Yes.
Right.
And we look forward to seeing you next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
continue the committee meeting with conceptual review of the construction of a housing facility for Crossroads Juvenile Center located at 17 Bristol Street in Brooklyn. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today per standard committee meeting procedure. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Tubick, partner at BKSK Architects, who will be walking you through the presentation. Maybe just a brief intro from our sponsor agency here, Helsinki.
Good afternoon. Nice to see everyone again.
Hi.
We just wanted to very quickly say thank you for so quickly taking this up. As you may recall, this is a project operating under an emergency declaration, and we are really excited to be working with this team. And as you have heard from us before, there is a significant need for the capacity that this project will bring online for us. And we are very excited to continue working with you all as this continues. Thank you.
Great.
So to start with an overview of the schedule, obviously this is our first PDC conceptual presentation. The real emphasis here on the left, you can see, is that we're targeting to complete a full set of drawings in a 5.5-month time frame. We really kicked off on June 5th. So we're kind of in schematic design, but hoping to wrap up schematic design soon and start going into the latter phases. And then the goal for construction is to complete the project in 12 months. So construction would start roughly right at the new year, as it shows. It would be the 2027 would be our construction schedule. So the scope of the project, primary goal of the project is to kind of reduce this overcrowding situation and increase capacity. And the project was identified best to be a 1-story building that has a total of 28 rooms and 2 classrooms on an existing portion of the Crossroads site. Really utilizing that existing footprint within the secure facility, which would allow us to kind of build the project with minimal impact outside of the facility or affecting the public. And due to the emergency conditions, we just want to focus on the kind of building something that's very cost efficient, and we have to really watch the schedule and make sure it can be built quickly. But we want to do it in a meaningful and thoughtful way in terms of the design, the way we think about natural light, the finishes, and create something that's durable, but also dignified. So looking more specifically where we are, 17 Bristol Street here in Brooklyn. We're kind of nestled between Crown Heights and Brownsville. The site is that kind of long linear site stretching from street to street. And the proposed effective area will be down here in the lower right, southeast corner. So on that southeast corner right now is an existing basketball court. There are 2. There's also kind of an outdoor grassy field area. So this was identified as kind of the best place to introduce a new structure and still keep a lot of the outdoor space intact, but do it within the existing perimeter. A few photos of that existing location with the basketball court. See the neighboring buildings to our south here and how the fence wraps around. Looking towards the bottom of the site, there's a little seating area kind of in between the 2 courts that would remain. And then you'll see a lot of this in the plans, but this rectangle right here is the FDNY access point for the whole entire site. So that's where they can pull into an initial secured location, which will be maintained. There's another view of that FDNY access point, and then looking back towards the main facility and the kind of grassy field area there. Just some views from the exterior. There's a kind of consistent brick and stone security wall that wraps around the entire perimeter of the site. And you do see, if I just go back for a second, you do see the existing buildings kind of popping up in different heights, different setbacks. So that's sort of a condition that kind of already exists in terms of seeing structures poking up above the wall. So again, there's our proposed site. There's the FDNY access point. Currently, there's a kind of 10-foot zone, security zone that initially abuts the neighboring properties, and then inboard of that it is a solid wall, and then next to the solid wall is a fence. There's kind of a double layer that exists right now. And so this is just zooming in a little bit more. There's also interesting attributes in terms of we sit on a district boundary line. You know, this is a through lot portion where this is an interior lot portion. So there is a kind of required rear yard from a zoning point of view, which we can explain how we're accommodating that, but we can in fairly straightforward ways. And then again, really the strategy was to nestle the building here and continue the security zone, but then start to use the building, the red proposed footprint of the building, as a way to also hold that zone and terminate the fence. So this is a proposed footprint. The main entry of the building happens here. Everybody would arrive to the building by just walking through the outdoor space, and you come in there. So here you can see probably best for the first time how the solid security wall would terminate there. And then the secondary fence would terminate against our building. And then we would add a fence along the property line just so that there's something in our control on our side of the property line and not just the masonry wall of the adjacent building. The FDNY access point would remain. There's minor jogs in the perimeter wall, which we'll explain and show you in the floor plans. But then the existing masonry wall on the street would also remain and not need to be touched. There'd be no scope of work on that. The FDNY access point can stay exactly where it is. So we're trying to maintain that and minimize disruption. So this is the proposed floor plan. Again, it's a one-story building, no cellar. And so no elevator or egress stairs to really contend with. Very conceptually, the building is made up of 2 dormitory units, right? Each one has 14 rooms. And so it's a loosely asymmetrical plan. The only reason why it's not purely symmetrical is that we wanted to shift this entry a little closer to the campus and allows us to kind of resolve the security features. But you can see that many of the components are mirrored. So in each dormitory unit, there are 3 bathrooms. There's a case manager's office, a supervisor's office, a kind of multi-purpose space for everyone here in between all the rooming units, the bedroom units all the way around the edge. Each dormitory gets a classroom. So this one can utilize this classroom, this dormitory can utilize that classroom. And then in the middle, there's kind of, let's call it like a staff hallway where the youth would not be, only accessed here. That allows also staff or teachers to have their own kind of entrance into the classroom, separate from the youth. So you can come in this way, or you can come in through the egress hallway and in this way as well. And then staff bathrooms, IT room, central janitor's closet. And then there is a stair that goes up to the roof just for access and service for the mechanical that will be up here. So there'll be an ATS room, some mechanical units, a generator. And then what you're seeing, and you'll see more in some of the design drawings, are that we're proposing roof monitors, kind of pop-up clear story windows over each unit. So these dashed lines represent those clear story windows that would be above you. So each multi-purpose room gets a clear story, and each classroom gets a clear story. So here's a building section starting to show how those clear stories would affect each space. It's one of the classrooms and the 2 multi-purpose spaces. And the idea there is we know there are very real security concerns and accommodations that we have to incorporate in the design in terms of views for people from within the room and people from the common areas outside on the field looking in. There's a host of things we want to make sure we can accommodate, but if we can get any opportunity for vision glass and views to the sky, we think that'd be really nice. So we're proposing that the lower portion of the window be frosted glass and the upper portion be vision. And the same thing for the clear stories, that all of that glass can be vision glass, and that you have a better connection to the exterior while you're in that space. This just shows a daylighting analysis of this is the plan without those clear story windows, and this is the plan with those clear story windows, and that you get much better like daylight illuminance within the spaces. And
Can I ask a question? Where do they take a shower?
it's in those bathrooms. So each bathroom has a shower within it. So one of the three is an ADA, slightly larger, so there's the shower for that one. And then these two X's are the two showers for those. But 28 total, so 14 in each dormitory, right? So you have 3 bathrooms for these 14 and 3 bathrooms for these 14. And so, yeah, just trying to provide better daylighting within the space. Here again, you can kind of see how those would work and how we sit behind the wall. Oh, I guess the only other thing I did not touch on the plans, which I just like to go back to, we're trying to be really efficient in terms of how we incorporate mechanical systems. So up here in the corner is the water room in terms of the RPZ meters and, house trap and things like that, all plumbing related. And the only other mechanical room we have is this electrical room. So that would be your switchgear and panels for the building. They have their own entrances separate from within the building, so there's no complications in terms of access for others. But we've been able to kind of limit the footprint of the mechanical to just those two, and then maximize, windows for each of these rooms. So some of the very early initial elevations, these obviously get more developed, but you can start to see the intent with the vision glass transoms and the clear stories above. This would be that main street elevation with the FDNY access point here. There is an existing door that leads to that 10-foot security zone that's there now and would remain. And then you can kind of see the bulk or the main masonry wall of our building poking above, and then the clear stories that are kind of set back above those. Our main roof is 16, and I believe the ceiling height we're trying to shoot for is around 12, which was a number that was important to ACS.
It was, so what's in here? Just curious.
Yeah, so between 12 and 16 feet would be a drop ceiling with mechanical ductwork and whatnot. If we can shrink that, I think we will. We just aren't through the design process enough to know how we can perfectly calibrate that.
Are you
But it's a-
limited in the size of the transom clear window? Like if that went up, or are you limited in the size of the window?
I think the
Could you get
ceiling
more
is still
light?
gonna be there at 12 feet. I think what we could hopefully do a little bit of is reduce the distance from the top of that mullion to the top of the parapet.
Mhm.
Like this solid area, it may be that once we do all our mechanical coordination, we could squeeze that a bit.
Mhm.
But I would imagine, like, if we go back to, right, like, this is the 12-foot ceiling,
Mhm.
so is there a little room in there perhaps?
And it's a block, it's concrete
Yes.
block
Yeah,
construction.
so, we have a slide that we can talk about that.
Is there any thought that you might add on the second floor at some point, or you're not planning for that?
No, we have not been directed to do that. And the other reason why is just because that would have to be incorporated in terms of elevator and fire stair locations.
Right.
So.
So that's not part of the plan.
Yeah, it's just too tight to try to fit that in. So we've been trying to keep it clean in order for them to be able to go quickly.
Just remind me, people who will be living here are between 16 and 21, is that right?
It could be a young person.
And how long are they going to be in this?
Oh, so hold on.
Sorry about that. Young people could be in the facility between the ages of 14 and 20. We do see different lengths of stay depending on the seriousness of the offenses that the young people are charged with. We have had some young people with us for several years. We've had other young people with us for, 30, 60, 90 days.
It's the clock.
I thought I was getting like a timer warning. So it can vary a little bit. We also will have young people move between different housing units within the building and sometimes between buildings from time to time. So in terms of any specific housing unit, it's really tough to say.
Why I'm asking that question is what I'm understanding from your presentation is that there is no view outward at all, right? You're squeezing in a little vision glass above, but basically if I live here, I'm in closed room with no views whatsoever, right? So I'm 14 and I spend most of my days in a building and and this is supposed to help me somehow. And we're spending $28 million on this, right? As a city.
Yeah, look, personally, I wish there could be ways to incorporate.
Right, no, I understand. You didn't create the program, but I guess we're very early in this and I know it's in response, and maybe this requires someone from DDC or one of the city agencies to answer this question. But given how early we are, I'm just wondering, like, is there a way that we could do something a little bit better for these young people? I mean, I understand the efforts you're making with the Clara story, and I think they're heroic from a design perspective. But like, we're talking about very young people for periods of years, and I don't really see how this is gonna like help them living in a cell like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, as an architect, I'm a little torn, like, I don't fully understand ACS's mission and how they.
Do we have anyone from
those.
ACS here? You want to speak to, oh, you're,
So,
so come on up to the front.
yes,
To you, because I keep forgetting you are, I thought I was, yes.
don't let the suit fool
You know, and I understand that I want to be fully cognizant of the fact that this is in response to an overcrowding emergency. So I get that, but it's really very depressing to think that we would be spending a massive amount of money to put young people in a place where they have no views, no natural light. And it seems to me, as both a human being and a mother, that that's not going to lead to good outcomes, I'm afraid to say.
So I think we share your feeling. We are pro natural light. We are pro having these young people in an environment that can lead to better outcomes as much as we can. Obviously, we don't control who comes in. We don't control when they leave. So we just have to do
Understood,
what we
yeah.
can for them while they're here. I think there's two parts to that response. The first is the current situation for some of these young people, right? Like, we are over capacity currently. We have 123 bedrooms in this building, and this morning we had 193 young people.
Mm.
So these conditions are significantly better. So we want to get to better.
I get it, yeah.
And at the same time, we're also cautious about not overbuilding because we don't want to be in a position where we're permanently in that space either. So I do think if we go back a couple of slides, there are views, there are windows, they are frosted windows, but there are windows in every bedroom. We would not authorize a building that had absolutely no views, and our state oversight agencies also would not authorize that for us. And I think we're all very much aligned on trying to make sure that whatever is built to kind of be the best possible solution for these young people that are in there. These young people will be, it's a little bit different than the annex, just for context, because these young people will be going back and forth to the main building very regularly during the day. So they'll be going through the outside, they'll be walking into the main building, and then they'll be coming back multiple times.
The main building, like, yeah.
Yeah, so the main building has the gym, it has it has several game room. Sorry.
But like it has windows so you can look out, like you see light in the horizon, the main building? Or no?
Yes, but they are frosted. The windows
So
are
they're all
frosted.
frost.
Yes, that's a security feature.
So, but just to understand also, so then there's the green part is,
Existing outdoor rec space, yes.
which is actually, what is it? Just.
It's a grass field. We use it for football. We use it for barbecues.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to be giving up part of it for staging for this project. We're fighting really hard to not give up the whole thing.
Wow.
Why can't they just put them in the street like they do everywhere else? They're trailers.
That they might do that too.
Construction trailers to not, because we're already giving up a basketball court. I think we should force them to put their trailers somewhere else.
I think the challenge is Chester Street is very narrow right there.
Really?
But I'm not, I would love it if it was outside.
They're dealing, I don't know. I would try to.
Yeah.
Try to push on that.
Roberto, DDC. So it's the trailers, sorry, it's also equipment and.
Yeah, of course.
and materials, and this is obviously very fast track, so we're going to be moving at lightning speed, so the staging has to be appropriate to the.
So the construction starts in 2020
January 27th.
27,
Like really soon.
and then it goes on for 2 years.
1 year.
Yeah.
Oh, early, will not be available until early 2029.
That's the same. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
2020, you're looking for it to be occupied in 28, right?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
But what is
I
this?
mean, in broad.
It says it won't be available until early 2029. Is that right?
Yeah, that's, I take that as not understandable.
Just one other thing about that staging area is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but everybody has to come through the main entrance. So even if there's a trailer on Chester, if they want to go into the construction site, they would likely have to come all the way around, go through all the security features and go through the court.
I know.
think they're looking for some space that's within the secure perimeter that they can just work.
I mean, in broad strokes, it's designed for till the end of this year, construction all of next year, and then turning it over to Traceless. Next year.
You know, I'm just gonna say something that no one here in this room can do anything about. But it's a sad day when we're spending almost $30 million for that. I'm sorry. It's sad, you know, young kids in rooms, 3 bathrooms, 15, 14 kids. Like, we can't do better than that in our city. We should be ashamed.
And is it mixed male and female?
This is, so we do have, thank you. First of all, we are also in agreement that we are not pro this situation. We would prefer there be no young people.
It's like we're all here. We're totally powerless in this room. But it has to be said that we should not be doing this. We shouldn't. And
know,
we are going to do our role to
Right.
help you as a colleague and feedback, but it's too much money for too poor of an outcome. $28 million.
Well, is it also because of the time frame that you're rushing it? But it seems like your need is so much greater. Would it not make sense? You're already in that crush to take a little bit of a step back and say, what can we do? Given this limited space, but it's such a rush. To me, there are so many compromises that are being made. You're going to spend the money regardless, but do it for the maximum outcome as opposed to let's just get it done, which seems to be the impetus right now.
Like, I guess following on Ellen's point, let's say clearly we need more than 28 rooms. Is there a cheaper way we could do it that we could get double the amount of rooms because it's 2 floors? Or like, I understand we've been doing that. We all understand the answer to that is no, but like the question has to be asked.
So we are bringing online 56 bedrooms in the annex, which is going to be available by early 29. So perhaps maybe that was where there was some confusion in our documentation. So apologies for that. So together that will get us, 90 bedrooms, which is going to go a long way towards where we are. We're working very closely with all of the stakeholders in the courts, in City Hall, across really the entire breadth of the stakeholder portfolio. We're investing additional funds in the community to try to stem the flow of young people coming into these facilities. There's a significant amount of gun violence currently in the communities that these young people are in the midst of. And we are doing our best to pull all the levers at the same time. We're exploring additional opportunities for space. I think the challenge between this building, this layout and the Horizon layout that you saw before is there was much more kind of space all together in Horizon.
Yeah.
Here, our space is much more broken up and it's a smaller lot. So the kind of the art of the possible is a little bit less here.
Yeah.
And so once we're talking about kind of 28 versus 40 bedrooms, like it's either way not going to get us there. And if it's going to delay us another year or so, that's, another year that these young people are in the current conditions rather than the better conditions. But we've 100% agree, and this has all been part of our thinking and our process. And we don't like any of these trade-offs, but operationally we have to kind of pick some.
So what can we do to help you with what you're trying to do in the best way possible?
Well, I think today is a great step, and the partnership that we've had thus far for this project has been extremely helpful. Continuing to provide feedback is important, and the faster we get it, the more we can continue to try to stick to the schedule that we have. I think, the team will take
a little bit. I feel like your role is very related to our role, which is we were given a program, a timeline, a schedule, and a lot of security parameters that we have to adhere to. And we're going to try to squeeze out the nicest possible building we can and look for all the little wins that can incrementally make it better. And whether that's for someone who's inside or someone who's outside looking at it, people will experience this in different ways. We feel like our mandate is to just make this building the best version of itself.
Yeah.
And that, we're not in the position to holistically change the program or the budget or the schedule. We're being asked to hit 100% Cs 5.5 months while still doing the DEC process, which is really hard. But we're going to do it. And we're going to try to do it in a way that's as thoughtful and dignified as we can.
Could you build on top of it? Could the roof be occupiable for your $28 million? So at least you get some extra space? You're short of stair, that's right.
Personally love that. There's so many security reasons why we.
It's not possible. Okay, all right. So then, Commissioner, does anyone else have a comment? Betty, please.
I guess I just, I want to commend like DDC or whoever's the client agency here for selecting architecture firms like BKSK that, do really great work for, projects like this. And, I sort of read your design statement where you talked about the sort of qualitative aspects of the space and the importance of natural light and the skyward views. So I guess, I think at one point you said something like, oh, nice to have. Like, I think you have to sort of shift your thinking that it's essential, like it's a much higher priority, those qualitative aspects than just nice to have, or these kids are lucky to have that. I mean, it's, the aspiration has to be much higher.
Yeah.
So like, we really have to push you on, coordinating your mechanical equipment to squeeze that extra space. Like, can you get an extra course so that you could have a higher window, or shift the window up, or make the window a foot wider? Like just squeezing out every bit of that vision glass. Because just imagine, being that person in that room.
100% agree.
And so I think, like, in terms of like your attention and where you put it, like, just to keep that top of mind.
Yeah, we can report back on what we were able to shift and accomplish the next time we see you. I think also we started on June 5th and then we gave you this presentation like 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
The schedule has just been so phenomenally fast.
Yeah.
Which is part of the emergency challenge, right? Also just to give a little context of why we're standing here, right? BKSK has a requirements contract with the DEC, right? So we love it. We've been doing it for years. We enjoy the work. We love it when, the fire station or the library comes to us, but this was on the list. We were on the requirements contract, we respond. We feel like it's part of our obligation that, we don't just get to do the fun ones. If the city needs help, they need help. It's part of our obligation to honor that contract.
Understood. No, and to your point, Betty, I mean, I want to say simply the diagram alone where you showed the illumination with and without the clerestories. There's a reason why, good design makes a difference. And that is a very good example of that. So, I mean, I think I agree with Betty that like we should continue to push for like every inch of extra,
All those little moments where we can see them.
And then maybe your firm can give some thought to like, if we're going to be inside all the time, what's the palette, what's the materiality, all of those things that can make your lift experience a bit better. I guess I would raise and can Seth raise like the question of like, is 3 bathrooms enough for 14 kids?
Of like code requires 2.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. But for this use in this specific scenario, like it's really well documented in the code, it only requires 2. ACS has been more comfortable with 3.
Oh, good for you.
It's already better than
Oh
code,
my God,
believe it or not.
true.
Yeah. Because we asked that question right out of the gate, it's like, just want to make sure we're all aligned on the requirements of the program, and that surfaced in the initial conversations. But
We want as many bathrooms as possible for teenage boys.
Boys, my God. Yeah, okay. Any more comments? All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you for the effort and, you know,
Appreciate the
again,
comments. We will
so, yeah.
try our very
Let's try to do our best that we can for this
Yeah.
project. This concludes our meeting. The public meeting is adjourned.